Good morning, everyone. Not sure if you can all hear me.
Morning, Pukhraj. We can hear you well. Welcome.
Hi, Pukhraj.
Thank you
Good
for
morning.
joining very early in
Good
the
morning,
morning.
Dr. Barucha. No, it's 6:30, so
Very early in the morning.
it's not that early.
Well, I think it's early. It's relative.
Yeah. Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Samruddhi.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Pukhraj.
So we'll start in about 3 minutes.
Mhm.
Okay, so shall we start now?
What, internet connection is weak.
A very good morning to one and all. I would just like to tell that we are also live on YouTube. So I have shared the link in the chat box. You can also see if there are other participants who are not able to join, you can share the link with them. A very good morning to all of you. So we start the program officially now. It's a great day for us, and we are finally starting a much awaited event. So we have actually two events today, two sessions today for this event. The first one is the concluding event of our ESD leadership program, a benchmark program, in which 10 young professionals will be sharing their journeys of 6 months into immersion of ESD, into their work and into their lives. And in the second session, we have the launch of a new program that we're going to start with schools, which is sustainability in schools. And both the programs are about environment education, and therefore go very well with the World Environment Day theme of 2022, that is Only One Earth. So with this, I won't take much time. I welcome all of you on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University's Institute of Environment Education and Research. And with this, I also start the opening session. So I welcome Dr. Bharucha sir, who is the director of Bharati Vidyapeeth's Institute of Environment Education and Research. As you all of you might be knowing, Dr. Bharucha is the director of our institute, and he has been into wildlife conservation now for the past 50 years or so. And he has been instrumental member in various committees by the government of India, or be it state government of Maharashtra and other states. And he has also been a textbook writer. He has course books on graduate and undergraduate courses all over India. So without much ado, Dr. Bharucha sir, I would request you to please give your welcome address.
Thank you very much. It's really, I'm supposed to do the welcome remarks and give you a little background of what has happened in the distant past, I would say. And so it's a really big welcome for this program to all the experts, the panelists, to all you participants who are here, to EG for having helped us with this program and funded this program, and very much to Rob, who is here with us today, Rob Donahue, professor who's an incredible guy. And he is one of our founding fathers, and it's wonderful to have him here today. So welcome to you, Rob, for being here with us, giving your time to us. You know, for me, Sustainability in Schools program is a very, very key and a very, very important thing. And upscaling this and making it go across to our school teachers is probably the most important key to this. In the recent past, we're running a couple of programs with school teachers. And to my surprise at least, hardly any of the school teachers have even heard of the national education policy. Now, this is a huge lacuna which we need to cover. And this is so very important. How are we going to get this out to these lakhs of teachers in our country? And perhaps across the world, we might find in many countries a similar type of thing that is happening. So concepts of sustainability, by now you have realized, have been so varied, and they've been significantly different for different sectors of society. And therefore, we also have to look at that we look at it globally, we look at it nationally, but we also have to look at it locally. Your group has been very special, I think. You have had very many people connected, and either very closely or fairly closely, with this whole business of this new environment thinking that is there, which is called sustainable. And sustainability is not a new concept for India, especially because We've had these sustainable concepts there without calling them sustainability for generations, actually. And the diversity that exists in this group and in those 4 countries that we have worked with initially, right in the beginning, has been a very important progress sort of thing. And in fact, we should be able to document that now as to how this program changed in the last few years. We have, I think, now for all of you at the participant level, I'm sure you have taken up a large number of new concepts. You have talked to each other, you have seen each other's programs. And I think that's a very, very important, relevant thing. But now, what happens now is what is important. And this begins the real implementation stage of trying to push it into policy, into the government, into school principals, teachers, directors of education. That's where we have to reach now. And we have to do that very rapidly, because this process that you have gone through, we have seen, is becoming so very, very important nationally, internationally. Bringing what you have learned into your workplace, into your life is, I think, so crucial now. And if we cannot do that, then this program will have actually failed. So I want to give you a sort of 10-second break to think of what were the 3 most important concerns which you would take to make these changes, which you will have to do for yourself. Just think about this. What were those 3 most important changes? Where would you like to take this program? And I think that's very important. So perhaps you can't do this in 3 minutes, but you can do this in the next 3 weeks at the end of this program and say, what am I going to do with it? How am I going to go about doing it? So I think that is what I would like to say. Let's look at, from me, looking at the most important things is of today's concerns, and looking at climate change and looking at biodiversity loss. And if we cannot get this into the sustainability program, we will have lost something which is very important. You know, I spent a lot of time looking on the video at COP26, and there were 2 very important things that came out of this. One was what was happening in the negotiation chamber, and you found that there were a lot of old guys like myself who were sort of sitting like that, and they were obviously extremely depressed. They were obviously, the body language was terrible. And they were negotiating. What were they negotiating really? They were negotiating economics. And they were practically fossilized, and they seemed to have given up. And then the video camera would shift and go outside. And you'd have these youngsters there with enormous enthusiasm, wanting to do things. That is our audience for tomorrow. Those are the people that we have to. They wanted this very badly. Many of them, you could feel they wanted this, but didn't know how to do it. And therefore, this is, I think, the crux to this program of how are we going to address climate change? How are we going to do things for biodiversity loss, which is so very evident. We cannot do this overnight. And we cannot probably do this individually. This needs a huge amount of lobby force to make this happen. And it is a process of change. That change is not possible in a single go. We'll have to make many, many jumps to make this happen. And this is where you will now independently have to broaden your own learnings that you have done for this session, these multiple sessions that you've had, and say, where am I going to be able to take this? So thank you very much, all of you, for being here. Thank you for giving me this time. Most welcome remarks are very boring, so I've kept them short. So thank you very much. Sanskrithi, take over.
No, sir, they are not boring. They are actually, they should set the tone, and that is what you have been doing to us and to this institute, sir, for so many years. and you will always be the beacon and the guiding light on which we take the path. So with this, we move on to the next speaker. We have Dr. Shamita Kumar. Dr. Shamita Kumar is a professor and vice principal at our institute at Bharatiya Vidyapeeth's Institute of Environment Education and Research. She has a master's and doctorate in environment science and has an expertise ranging across the fields of conservation, geospatial technologies, and education for sustainable development, that is ESD, a word which you will be hearing throughout these sessions today. She's also a regular guest faculty at the University of Cologne in Germany, a recipient of the prestigious Fulbright Fellowship, DAD Fellowship, the German exchange body that we have, the DAD Fellowship. She has implemented more than 15 projects as PI and is a member of the ESD ExpertNet, a consortium of professionals from India, South Africa, Germany, and Mexico. Currently, she spearheads the activities of the ESD ExpertNet India and is also the coordinator of the project management unit, coordinating the DST's National Geospatial Capacity Building Program. Recently, she has been selected as one among the top 75 women in STEAM by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India, and British High Commission, and will be featured in the book She Is 75 Women in STEAM on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of India's independence. So, ma'am, I request you to please say your words. Ma'am, you're muted.
Thank you very much, Samruddhi. I'm just going to share my screen now. Yeah, I hope this is visible to all. So namaste and a very warm welcome to this webinar as we approach the World Environment Day on June 5th, this Sunday, going back to the theme of Only One Earth, a theme that the celebrations of the World Environmental Day, started with. It's more important today that we have collaboration at the heart of what we do. Dr. Bharucha just spoke about a divide, and I think what's really necessary now is both an intergenerational collaboration as well as an intersectoral collaboration through education, building the skills, capacities that is really needed to ensure that this only one earth that we have, it remains our home. We are today extremely happy that you could join us for sharing our experiences, sharing the innovations that we have been able to implement in the field of education for sustainable development. And through this forum that we have today, that's exactly what we intend to do, is to collaborate, to share, and set out a path for the future for all of us to work in whatever fields we are working on, implementing ESD, because this is really a domain that cuts across all disciplines. I would like to quickly begin with, what this program was all about, the ESD ExpertNet. All our flyers say the ESD ExpertNet. So what is the ESD ExpertNet? It's a network of professionals drawn from government, civil society, academia, teachers from the 4 countries of Germany, India, South Africa, and Mexico. Over the years, over the last 10, 12 years, it has really grown from a small core group of 17 to 51 and, increasing quite rapidly in terms of all the other subsidiary members, involving a host of organizations. I don't think I have all of them here on the screen from all the countries, but as you can see, they are government departments, they are the Ministry of Environment, the academia, civil society, all of them sort of, represented here. This network was initiated, with the aim of developing a joint capacity building tool that could be implemented in all the 4 countries. I mean, what a wonderful opportunity this was to draw upon the expertise that was there among professionals and learn from each other, and at the same time come up with teaching tools that could be used, embedded into curriculum, both at school and university level and beyond, in all of these 4 countries. The approach here was very international, basically drawing upon the expertise from members from all of these different groups involving a wide variety of actors. I think this has really been the strength of this entire program. Very quickly, I'd just like to show you what the different pillars of this ESD expert net are. One is the ESD expert net itself. I mean, we are much beyond this today, but the net itself, which is the strength, the core, which really contributes, which is the brain really behind, everything that we do in all of these 4 countries. The second is our ESD, the mentoring for the ESD leadership program. And as you can see here, the present cohort who will be presenting their ESD leadership projects are the 6th in this entire series, with the first 2 being done completely as offline programs in Germany, and the next 3 being done in a blended mode with visits, face-to-face visits in Germany. And this one, which has been done completely in India, as well as South Africa, very separately, but drawing upon a wide variety of participants from government, civil society, and academia as well. The third pillar is the materials, very fantastic materials that have been developed as a collaborative effort of this ESD ExpertNet. The challenges were immense. How do you design materials that can be used or are effective or are locally specific in all of the 4 countries and yet follow a common format? And I think this has been one of the greatest successes of this program, is in developing materials using local ideas that could be drawn upon by educators and implemented in schools. The cashew is a fantastic example of a material like this. The cashew is either found or eaten or traded, in each of these 4 countries. And this particular material on the cashew actually takes this fruit and delves deep into the social, environmental, and economic aspects about the fruit, bringing forth the teaching of sustainable development. So we could do it. We could do the same thing with other things that are available in the countries. So at Bharati Vidyapeeth, in the last year, we have been able to translate the material in English into Hindi and Marathi that is available for anybody who would like to, have these materials for their own teaching programs. The training of trainers, a sort of a manual for trainers for designing training programs on education for sustainable development. Again, specific, but general enough so that it can be used in all of the 4 countries. The third one, the teaching the sustainable development goals, where it uses local case studies to highlight the various pillars of sustainable development, touching upon the various sustainable development goals. For example, in India, we have this very wonderful case study of the Dabbawalas, a perfect example through which ESD can be taught. Or we have the Nishis in Arunachal, the conservation program that they implement, which again is a very perfect example through which ESD can be taught. And the newest in the series is a systems thinking handbook. That's really fantastic because as educators, we often struggle to say, okay, what is the pedagogy that I need to use to bring about a systems thinking approach in my teaching? And this book, developed by the ExpertNet and published by the Center for Environmental Education, actually does this. It takes you through the 10 steps needed to move students towards systems thinking. So it's how do you implement this in your book? How do you take, for example, a pair of jeans that's used by people every day, or maybe a packet of potato chips, and use these particular examples to bring in the systems thinking approach. So this set of materials, which has been developed by this group, is really one of the strongest pillars of the program. And last but not the least is the virtual exchange program with schools under the banner of Go Global, fostering an exchange between schools in South Africa, Mexico, India, and Germany. It's getting stronger by the day, and moving towards sharing of experiences among children and learning from each other. So with these, 4, I would say, strong pillars in the background, last year we initiated, we had a webinar in January. We called it Ideas for Action. In India, it's always been environmental education, and we've been implementing environmental education for the last almost 16 to 20 years now. The new national education policy, it talks of transformative learning. It speaks of sustainability. It speaks of intergenerational knowledge transfer. And all of this is actually ESD. So while we may not really, have something called as education for sustainable development, we have environmental education, which is a very important vehicle through which we are communicating sustainability. And at this particular webinar last year, we sought various ideas that could be implemented through programs. And this year, after it's almost been a year, we thought, let's share the experiences that we've had and other people have had, because these would be forerunners in actually setting the tone for the implementation of ESD. So our Sustainability in Schools program, the ESD leadership program, this is what we would like to share with you today. So some of the examples and actions leading from last year unto this year into this webinar. This session one primarily focuses on the experiences that we have had with our ESD leadership program. So this leadership program had 10 participants from across India, from Jammu and Kashmir, Darjeeling, Orissa, Kerala, 3 from Maharashtra, and 2 from Gujarat, encompassing various sectors, the government sector, academia, civil society, and as well as teachers. And through their leadership program, one of the things which is the core is implementing of a project, of their own ESD leadership project. And this is what we will hear from them in the first session today. Fantastic projects that have sort of put in place the processes for embedding it into state governments, or initiating programs, initiating online courses, or even implementing it at a whole school approach. So you will see a variety of examples that these participants of our ESD leadership program will speak about today. Just a bit about the program itself. So these were the basic components of the program, which consists of the theory of ESD. We had it as an online session. We had 2 face-to-face sessions, where the focus of these face-to-face sessions was basically on the ESD leadership component, and a self-learning component in terms of project management, where they would implement and design their own project within their own workplaces as well. So if you look at the timeline of the program, we started in August 2021, and we are in June now, concluding this program with this national event. It's really very interesting to see what our participants have been up to and how they have actually made use of this training to implement projects in their own work environments. Along with this, we've also been involved as the ESD ExpertNet India in building capacity among the professionals at the SCRTs and diets, because that's what we aim to do, have this multiplier effect through the training of trainers program. So we've reached out to many SCRTs across the country, and some of the participants are here today in the webinar, and hopefully through them, we sort of start rolling out this sustainability within the curricula, linking it to our national education policy as well. We've also been, over the last 1 year, implementing capacity building workshops for teachers, focusing on sustainability, focusing on the uptake of the materials that have been developed by the ESD ExpertNet, and helping the teachers to set up sustainability programs in schools. What we would like to do today is actually take the Sustainability in Schools program a bit further through using a spatial approach. And this new program is what we would like to talk about to you in the second session. So in the first session, we hear the experiences and the innovations of our participants from the ESD leadership program, And in the second session, we share with you ideas about our sustainability in schools program using the spatial approach that we are actually launching today. So with this, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share. I really hope you enjoy this session today. You have a lot of food for thoughts, a lot of ideas that you can begin to implement in your own workplaces. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for this introduction to the ESD leadership program and our upcoming programs. So now I call upon a person whom we are so thankful for his support, because all that Dr. Shamita has said would be incomplete without the support of Engagement Global and the funding by German Ministry. So I would now like to introduce all of you to Pukhraj Chaudhary. Pukhraj Chaudhary works with Engagement Global in Germany, and he has a formal degree in mass communication and journalism with specialization in European studies and European laws. He has been with Engagement Global in Germany for the past 6 years, and he's an experienced project leader and seasoned communicator with over 15 years of work experience in managing international development cooperation projects and newsroom, be it climate change, adaptation, financial governance, education for sustainable development, or sector-specific expert dialogues. He has served as a project leader handling multi-stakeholder partnerships for SDGs and monitoring for ESD leadership program. So Pukhraj, I would now request you to say your words.
Thank you, Samruddhi, for that generous introduction. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Barucha, Dr. Kumar, Dr. O'Donoghue. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. I think all the credit that has been kind of given to Engagement Global is kind of unfair, because we talked about how the network has been crucial in the development of various products and approaches and materials over the past decade, or over a decade it's been in existence. So a short introduction to perhaps what we do as Engagement Global. We are a young institution. We've been commissioned by the German federal government and are funded by the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. So we are 100% subsidiary of the Federal Ministry. And our mandate is to cater to the development initiatives of the German civil society. These are German NGOs, non-governmental institutions. These could be German municipalities. These could be German federal as well as state education ministries, because education here in Germany, as it is in India, is also a subject that lies within the state governments. So yes, we have been in existence since about 10 years. And the reason why Engagement Global coordinated or coordinates ESD ExpertNet is because ESD ExpertNet has been in existence for a little longer than 10 years. And initially, the part of the German part of the ESD ExpertNet was coordinated by Engagement Global. Now, a lot has been said about what ESD ExpertNet does. Perhaps I'll just touch upon what we started with the help of the members in the ESD ExpertNet. One of the main characteristics of the ESD ExpertNet is its multi-stakeholder partnership approach, or the characteristic of a multi-stakeholder partnership. Now, as Professor Barucha rightly mentioned, we laid a lot of focus on diversity of opinions, and it's important to also mention how this multi-stakeholder approach really worked out to our benefit, or to the benefit of individual members here. Now, in the ExpertNet, we are represented. We have the representation of the governments. We have the representation of the federal ministries in South Africa, in Mexico, in Germany, and in India. and we also had the private sector. We also have the NGOs. And I think it's also important, while we talk about SDG 4, which is education, and SDG 4.7 particularly, which is ESD, it's also important to also look at SDG 17, which is about partnerships. And we wouldn't be able to realize or fulfill the goals or achieve the goals if we didn't look at the partnerships, and they are key to the success, and also to individuals or individual countries or individual institutions making progress. And that's the approach that we have followed in ESD ExpertNet. I'm sure Professor O'Donoghue will talk more about the approach later, because he, like Dr. Bharucha himself, is also one of the founding members of the ESD ExpertNet. Now, collaboration is key to the way ESD ExpertNet has worked so far internationally, and it continues to be the key as we go forward into the so-called ESD for 2030 strategy, which has been there since last year. It's the program which will follow the Global Action Program of UNESCO, where we were also key partner as ESD ExpertNet and Engagement Global. Now, collaboration lies at the heart of ESD ExpertNet, and I think having kind of coordinated 3 international runs of the ESD leadership program, as Professor Kumar just mentioned, I can say from the experience of having coordinated the 3 runs that collaboration and exchange, which is what we see a lot of it in the Indian program as well, lies at the heart of it. It's a learner-centered approach. Now, what ESD ExpertNet does, apart from mentoring and ESD leadership programs, is also it also touches, or it also caters to the different dimensions of ESD, which is not just working with the learners, but we are also, because we work with different levels through the multi-stakeholder partnership, through the multi-stakeholder nature of the ESD ExpertNet, is that we work on the policy side, we work on advancing policy, we work on whole school approach, or the whole school development, school as an institution, and not just the curriculum, but also looking at the administrative side of the school, looking at the curriculum. We work with building capacities of educators, which is one of the points here that we will see later, how the participants from different institutions in India who happen to be also in leadership positions and also being educators would then cater to this point, and empowering and mobilizing youth, which is what we did through the leadership program, and accelerating local level action. Now, when I talk about action, perhaps just a short point here, Dr. Bharucha rightly said that what the national education policy has in it has been there forever in India. When we talk about sustainability, it's just not been called sustainability so far. And Dr. Kumar also rightly mentioned that. I think the NEP, the National Education Policy in India 2020, NEP 2020, and ESD go hand in hand, because NEP talks about seeing sustainability as an integral part of the curriculum. What's been done is to look at sustainability not as a standalone subject, but also look at it from an integral point, thinking that it doesn't have to be dealt with in isolation, that it's part of what we learn, it's part of what the learners deal with in the school. So from our point of view, if we talk about what we or what ESD ExpertNet really looked at through its different materials, through its courses that have been developed, training of trainers, mentoring, there were always 3 dimensions. And the third dimension for me is the key here. The first one is the cognitive learning dimension, which is which is understanding the sustainability challenges and their complex interlinkages, exploring ideas and alternative solutions. Now, this is what happens when learners go into an exchange. And then the second step for us is the social and emotional learning dimension, which is really building core values and attitudes for sustainability, cultivating empathy and compassion for other learners, people, and the planet, and motivate them to lead the change. And the third part, which is key to the success of programs such as this, is really going into the behavioral learning dimension of the learner, where they are kind of capacitated to take practical action for sustainable transformation in their personal, in the society, and in the political spheres. So I really hope that you get to see the last dimension here today at work, how the learners, how people who have taken part into this program, how it's not just that they have profited, but it's a collaborative action. It's a collaborative journey that they undertook as part of this program, led by BVIA and ESD ExpertNet India, that it's a mutually enriching experience for everyone. And through the collaboration that they undertook over the last 6 months, they've been able to optimize their projects, they've been able to start new projects, and they will be able to sustain the projects that they have started off. So I really hope that all of you enjoy today's seminar, and I wish you all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pukhraj, and thank you very much, Rob, for joining us this morning. I realize it's pretty early in the morning there at 6:30, and we also have among our participants members of the ESD ExpertNet from Germany and Mexico. Mexico, I think it's 11:30 at night the previous day. So thank you, JC, and your students also for joining us from Mexico. With this, I'd like to now hand it over to Samruddhi for the session on SDG 4.7, which includes our key speaker, Dr. Ashita Ravindran, and the members of our ESD leadership training program, to be chaired by Professor Rob Donoghue from the Rhodes University in South Africa, who's also been a key member of the ESD ExpertNet. So over to you, Samruddhi.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Pukhraj, for the introduction. Thank you, ma'am. So we now go into our main session, that is session 1. And Professor Rob from Rhodes University, South Africa, will be chairing it. I would like to introduce all of you to Professor Rob. Professor Rob O'Donoghue is a Professor Emeritus in the Environmental Learning Research Center at the Rhodes University in South Africa. Professor Rob's research on environment education, processes of learning-led change, has given close attention to indigenous knowledge practices. He has recently worked on ethics-led action through the development of handprint care materials. You can access them also online. They are available online. This work was undertaken with colleagues in Germany, Mexico, India, and South Africa. His recent publications has been centered on communicative learning and the inclusion of heritage knowledge practices in environment and sustainability education. So with this, I request Professor Rob to please take on the chair and to have your introductory remarks.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to join you. I was up before the sunshine today. The sunshine's just coming in now. You can probably see it'll brighten up as I'm chatting. It's really fantastic to be joining you. I'm here to learn. And we've been running a similar program in South Africa linked to and learning together. So we've had some interactions with the India program, and it's been fantastic to have the support of Pukraj. He's so young when you see him on the screen, but he epitomizes the way that it's not old people that are running ESD ExpertNet, but that the multiple generations of the group have actually grown. And why is India so important to us? I think is a question in our learning. Because Mexico and the other partners in Germany, we look at each other and we learn from each other by working together, as Pukraj has described. But what's so important for me in India was the NCERT, which people often say, well, there's this big, massive bureaucracy in India. But we started our program based on the NCERT, asking questions about the importance of integrating ESD competences and subject competences. And we've been working on that for 2 years now. Also, we were inspired by the Center for Environmental Education and the handprint care, which moves the pedagogy from the teacher to the students and teachers working together, this cooperation that Pukraj was talking about. Also, if you look at Doc and the team from Bevere, well, they are all standing on the history of environmental education, just like us in South Africa. Environmental education is with us, and it's at the heart of sustainability. And ESD is just a very useful way of growing the idea of environmental education. So it's fantastic to be with you today. I'm really looking forward to learning. We have got 139 people joining us already. It just shows how things have changed. Here we are. 2 years ago, before COVID came along, we would be sitting in our little seminar at our own university. We wouldn't be live streaming, we wouldn't be exchanging, we wouldn't be part of this global network. And we wouldn't have learned from groups like NCERT that are really asking important questions. How can we, out of this work, through this work, how can we be engaged in course-activated learning networks? Not just course-activated learning or students, but course-activated learning networks. And I think that this is the direction that the Bevere team is leading at the moment. And it's fantastic to be here with you today, to be part of this. I'm not sure how many South Africans are online, but I was up before all of them. The young of today tend to work late and get up early, and get up late rather. I work and go to bed early and get up early, like the old style of life. But my style of life has changed now. I was up and able to join you, and it's fantastic to be part of the learning network that has been started and is expanding through the work of Bevere. Thank you.
So we have a chair as Dr. Rob, and we have co-chair Pukraj. I would request Dr. Rob to please introduce the speaker, Dr. Ashita Ravindran from NCERT.
Yes, it's fantastic to actually see you, Ashita, there. Dr. Professor Ashita in the NCERT, and an economist, an economics teacher who is in this really important role and can bring this expertise into the group. What I was most impressed about in her CV is she is a no detention person. When I was a teacher in a primary school, I would have been with her 100%. The first thing I did is stop detention. You know, I think it's the children that should be detaining the teacher to learn, not the teacher detaining the children. So I'm really looking forward to, just by looking through your CV and seeing all of the wonderful things that you're heading up, just to hear you from the practical point of view of how do we work with NCERT in the regulation of the massive education in India and the classroom-based work. How do we get that balance of enabling and supporting this kind of work? So thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to hearing your words of wisdom today.
Thank you so much, sir. And a very good morning to all of you. It's indeed a great pleasure to join all of you here, because we all have joined together for the common cause of attaining the education for sustainable development, or I would say like more for the sustainable development goals, that is especially the target of 4.7. Thank you so much, sir. Like Dr. Rob was giving an explanation and how he was impressed upon by the work that we are carrying out. And to tell about the organization also, he has been referring to the NCERT and its work. And of course, we have been working for a long time to bring in the into our curriculum the education for sustainable development, as well as the values and skills attached to it. But still we have a long way to go. We understand that, and we are still working upon it. And our policies, our education policies have been a guiding force for us in this direction. So with this, I just would like to, in these sections which are coming on, like I would like to explain how we are looking at it as the SDG 4.7 and what are the, means we have been doing a research study on SDG 4.7 to understand what is the status and of the country with respect to that, how far we have achieved, because we have the state governments which is also having a great hold on the education sector, because it's not just the center government which is ruling over the education sector. It is also being guided by the state government policies. So we are looking into the policies of the state governments, the laws that are prevailing with respect to SDG 4.7. Then we are also looking at the curriculum practices that are going on there, then how the subject matters are dealt there, and what are the different types of programs or practices that the schools have taken up in various states. So we are examining that. Then also we are looking at, because the teachers becomes a very crucial part when it comes to the impartment of SDG 4.7, especially when all the dignitaries here were stressing on the pedagogy. The teacher plays a major role in implementation of education for sustainable development. So we are also looking at how the teacher education is taking care of this. What are the methods in which the educators are providing a scope for the transformation in the pedagogy. So, and also another major important that part of it is the assessment practices, because sadly, we have to admit that our country is all the pedagogy, all the curricular practices are oriented towards assessment, or we are having a mark oriented teaching, which we are focusing, and we are saying that there is a need to change from there to the skills and competencies. We need to take care of it, but still we have once it is all set up in the assessment practices, if it is reflected in somewhere in the assessment practices, if we are going to assess the skills and competencies which are related to the ESD and global citizenship education, then there will be some changes that will be brought out in the pedagogy. So this is what we feel. So, and so we are also looking at how far it has been reflected in the assessment practices also. So the study is still going on, but still I would like to reflect upon the findings that, which interesting findings that we could observe there, and generally speak about like what we can or we should be doing further, so that this is implemented and we are able to achieve the target of SDG 4.7. Now, with your permission, shall I just share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
I think the screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
Like we have already been hearing that we live in a world where we have all the challenges. Amidst that, all we have made significant progress in our day-to-day life. If we observe from the earlier stages, we have made significant progress with respect to the social, political, economic progresses, and then we have the experience industrialization, we have experienced urbanization, globalization, and also we are experiencing the effects of the mass consumerism. So even with all these plentiness in hand, means we are living in a world where everything is in plenty and we are utilizing our resources the way we want to. And so we are facing various challenges also. Along with this, we are facing the problems related to poverty, we have widening of inequalities, we have violence, we have the wars, we have the climate changes, we have pollution problems, we have natural and man-made disasters happening, we have worsening of mental health conditions, we have the suicides rates going up. So there are various challenges also along with all these things. So what in this scenario we need to have a transformation, and this transformation towards a culture of peace, or towards where we all can live with justice, with a compassionate feeling, which includes also the nature, not just the people, human beings. We have to have that compassionate feeling. We need to promote the human rights. We need to learn to respect the diversity. We also need to live in a harmony. So for all those things, education is the only way. And education that which helps building the peaceful and sustainable societies is essential. It is not just about enough to learn, but this is what we have been always stressing on, and CRT has been stating that just by learning, we have been giving all these matters in our subject textbooks. We have been covering various case studies for the, but it's all for the learning, for the test, and they learn it, they have the knowledge. But unless the child puts that into practice, it becomes a habit of them, we are not going to attain anything. There is no transformation in the education, no transformation within that learner. So for that to happen, we need to make them experience the benefit. We need to make them aware that this is the crucial time where they need to act upon. And as Sir already was telling, that the practical thing of it, that is the most important part where we need to stress upon. So now coming to our topic of today's, like the sustainable development goal of the target 4.7. All of you are aware about what is this target speaks upon, and it is focusing on ensuring the learners will be acquiring the knowledge and skills. Now, what are these knowledge and skills that we are focusing upon? That will promote the sustainable development. It has to, among education, it has to promote the sustainable lifestyles. They need to know about the human rights, gender equality, promotion of culture of peace, non-violence, all of which we were speaking about earlier also. So this is our target, and for this to attain, we have two concepts here. Largely, we can state it as education for sustainable development and the global citizenship education. Even though these global citizenship education has been a new term that has been coined, but still we have been speaking about all these global citizenship values, which is related to the values, and all these points we have already been covering. But in the Indian curriculum system, we still have not referred to the GSED as such, except in the new education policy of 2020. In new education policy of 2020, we have given much reference to the global citizenship education. Now, to speak upon the education for sustainable development, what does it intend to? It intends to make the learners become more competent and confident, so that they are capable of making the informed decisions, and also they are able to take responsible actions which are in favor of the environment. Of course, all these things needs to be economically viable also. And it also needs to respect the cultural diversity that is existing. They also needs to build in a just society where all the nature, everybody coexists with collaborating with each other. And all these things, while doing all these things, we need to keep in mind the present as well as the future generations. So then we are speaking about the sustainability when we are moving ahead with taking care of the present as well as the future generation. So here we are should be capable of leading a healthy and the productive lifestyles. It should be in harmony with nature. And our concern is also about the social values. And here also we have the concern about the gender equality, cultural diversity, etc. So if we explain the themes of education and sustainable development, these are the major themes which we were also covering in our study, like whether they have, whether the states have covered these type of themes in their curriculum or the policies. So the major themes were ecology, environment, climate change, renewable energy sources, waste management, economic sustainability, social sustainability, and so on. Just to have a brief about the global citizenship education, especially because this is a new term with reference to the Indian context, but we have the sustainable development, in the sustainable development goals, we have a stress on the global citizenship education, as well as the UNESCO has been promoting this through the organization of APCU, South Korea. And we have various activities with the states, schools have taken up. Which are related to the global citizenship education, even though they have not spelled it out as such as the global citizenship education. So in case of global citizenship education, it educates the citizens to be active in addressing the local and the national problems. So when we are speaking about the global citizenship, that does not mean that the national citizenship is going away with. But along with the local and the national problems, they are also aware about the global issues, and they are setting up ready to solve these problems or the issues which are related to the local in nature, which are national in nature, which are maybe regional in nature, and also global in nature. And also they feel that they are responsible to do so. So here in the global citizenship education, we are speaking about the skills and the values, so that they have a sense of belonging to the common humanity. Here, it's all related to one world thought. So it's not that like I staying here in India will be concerned only about me and myself. Or my surroundings. It's also about thinking that I belong to this one world, and it's almost related to the Environmental Day topic of One Earth. So it's completely related to the term that has been coined for this Environment Day, One Earth. So, and then they are aware about and also ready to face and solve the global challenges. They acquire the universal values of truthfulness, then being democratic, having justice, non-discriminative policies, adapting to the diverse situations. So all of which already, which Dr. Pukhraj has already stated, it focuses on the cognitive, social, emotional, and the behavioral aspects. And as he has already stressed upon this behavioral aspect, where the practical thing has to happen, is somewhere we have to really work upon, because knowledge imparting, especially in the Indian system of curriculum, we have been doing this from years long, and our children are aware about all these things. So knowledge imparting and understanding has happened, but understanding in the way that they are really imbibing these has not happened. So we need to make it as a part of their life, so that they will be practicing all these things in their life. Now, speaking on the GSET core competencies of the GSET, like we have the core competencies can be stated as a knowledge of the global issues and the universal values, which include the justice, equality, dignity, and respect. and also the cognitive skills, like the learners need to possess the cognitive skills like critical thinking, rational thinking. They also need to have a thinking of creativity, and also need to think and act from the multiple perspectives. Then we also have the social skills, importance given to the social skills. That is, they need to be empathetical, they need to be capable of resolving the conflicts, they need to be possessing the communicative skills, and also accepting of being comfortable with people of different backgrounds, origins, culture. There are different people which they have to meet in this global world. And now today, with this globalization, with so much of interconnectedness and so much of interdependency between the countries, between the communities, there is a need of how they learn that, how to work in collaboration, how to communicate properly, how to live responsibly for a common cause. So all these things have been stressed upon, and this is how we are, these are the two concepts which are related to the SDG 4.7, target of SDG 4.7. So to meet these, we need to acquire the education for sustainable development as well as the core competencies that are included in the global citizenship education. Now, if we look at the, we have already heard the references about the new education policy 2020, which India has come in, but I would like to refer to, like, even in earlier times, like if we look into the earlier Indian system of learning, we can find that this ESD and the GSET has been embedded in all our policies, and also in all our practices. We have already been doing that. Even if we look at our traditional practices that we have, if we look at the learnings from the Vedas or the Upanishads, which we have the epics, Mahabharata, Ramayana, all these things, where everywhere we have related the global citizenship competencies as well as the education for sustainable development. There is a connection with the nature in all these traditional practices and traditional learnings that we have. So even our festivals have been related to the nature. We have been referring to our festivals have relation to the water, sun, everything has fire. So natural things, animals. So all these things have taken an importance and a place in our traditional practices. We have been having many rituals which are related to conservation of our environment. Protection of forests, protection of the trees, all these things have been inculcated through our traditional practices. So India is a very rich country which has a very good tradition to back upon, but still our cultural traditions still has not been imbibed in our future generation. We need to take care of so that they also imbibe all these beliefs and culture and the traditions, so that we live in a world with peace. So here we, even for the looking at the global citizenship education also, if we look at, even though the reference, of course, I will not say it is towards the global citizenship, but still we have the slogan of Loga Samasta Sugino Bhavantu, which means that may all the things everywhere be free and happy. So we have, all our prayers used to end with Loga Samasta Sugino Bhavantu. So we have been expressing this thought that all the living beings in this world need to be free and happy. We have the concept of Vasudeva Kudumbakam, where we are relating to stating that we as a one family. So earth, the whole, everything has been related to as a one family. And it is given in our Maha Upanishad also that Vasudeva Kudumbakam concept is there. So likewise, we can find many of our traditional practices or the slogas and the learnings have been related to the concepts of education, sustainable development, as well as the global citizenship education. Now, coming to the new education policy 2020, we have the vision of the policy, and it also focuses on the education for sustainable development and global citizenship education, where the focus is on human rights, sustainable development and living, bringing in global well-being, also reflecting on the so that the learner becomes a global citizen. So our focus of the vision or the vision of the new education policy is on bringing in the learner as a global citizen. So here we have references towards it, and we also have like the learners, we also have statements like the learners need to be aware about and also understand the global issues so that they can build in a peaceful, tolerant and inclusive and a secular and sustainable society. So these are how, like I've just picked out from wherever the NEP has referred to the with respect to the human values, where it has stressed on exactly on the global citizenship. It has stated that the global citizenship has to be taken up as a subject area. Even though there are differences of opinion whether it has to be taught as, even with respect to environmental education also, we have been speaking about integration of all these things into our curriculum, not as a separate subject. Even when we speak about the moral education, value education, we have certain states and we have certain curriculum in our country where it has been treated as a separate subject. But more would be better, would be like, it's what we feel is it should be integrated within our curriculum. It need not be as a separate subject. Even if it is not a separate subject for which to be tested or assessed, it needs to be included in all our teaching learning. Like we have brought out many publications which relate to like how even a mathematics education can bring in the topics of education for sustainable development as well as global citizenship education. So this integration of the subject area, environmental education and global citizenship education has also been a focus. Likewise, we have also reference to in our NEP for the higher education institutions, like they are there also there have been a discussion about the credit-based courses being imparted, which is mainly referred to as in the field of environmental education as well as value education. Now, before I go into the data or the thing, I would just wanted to show you what are the different which we experienced, we saw during our interaction with the states, that there are many curricular practices which are related to the ESD and GSET, which are being carried out by the respective states. And we also could find there are many programs. We have done a complete study of the whole programs in the respective states, going to the states and having observing the sessions, interacting with the students, doing focus group discussions with the teachers as well as the student. So we found many of these activities have, and we also have a socio-emotional scale testing also for the student, and where we could find that there has been remarkable improvement in their social emotional scale after the curricular practices. This is mainly like we could not assess because we had not had a baseline survey of this thing, but still we could see that wherever the schools were having these type of programs, and in schools where these such type of programs were not implemented, we could find there was a slight difference in the socio-emotional learning. So for the social emotional learning and for the ensuring the global citizenship education or the education for sustainable development, we have various curricular practices which the states have taken up, which we feel that if we are disseminating them in the national platform like these, it will be for the benefit of other states. We have some more than 100 of participants here who are from various sectors, who are working in the schools, who are working in different areas of their education. So they will be able to take out certain ideas or certain methods which are the practices which are going on in the states, so that this can be implemented in the other parts of the country where all our learners will be getting a socio-emotional learning happening. So here we have the Himachal Pradesh program, which is called the Vidyarthi Van Mitra Yojana. And here the aim of this program is to create awareness for the conservation of the forests. So there are eco clubs in the schools, which will be first identifying how far the forest areas have been deteriorating. This is mainly for the schools which are in the rural area or in areas where they have an attached forest there. So, or even in other areas, the schools where Himachal Pradesh has lots of areas where there are forest regions, and it's almost like nowhere it is a town urban area or the town areas where the forest is not visible. So the children had an accessibility. So they used to identify how far their forest areas have been deteriorated. And this, with the help of the geography teacher, they were having interactions about what was the situation earlier, how far the forest was there. So they could assess how much of forest area has been deteriorated. And along with that, they started cultivating more, planting more trees. And mostly these were all indigenous plants which they were planting. And children also had awareness about what type of plants they were planting, and they were also maintaining these plants. So this is type of like where the children are practically doing it and also experiencing it. Now, this is another very different program from Kerala, which is called the School Police Cadet program. So this program, we had gone and assessed the programs ourselves, and it was taken up like recently. The central government also announced of taking up this program in all the schools of the country. In this program, it is looked after by the police department of the state, and it is also an idea of the police department only, so that the students, it's almost similar to the NCC, but here they are doing social activities instead of the NCC activities where they are going more related to the military activities. Here they are doing the they're learning about the law, they are learning about the discipline, they have the civic senses, they are learning about the democratic values, and also they are working along with the community. They have various activities where they take up the problems which their fellow students have, or maybe in their family. So even problems related to drugs or drinking, any type of trafficking problems. So all these things are being taken up by the student police cadets. This is not a whole school program. It is like all students who are interested are being selected as a school police cadet, and these children come in a uniform of the police, similar to that of the police, and they have certain duties assigned to them, like even if it is for taking care of the children, are entering into the bus with discipline, or many such type of activities are being done by the SPC cadets. So SPC cadets have the responsibility of taking care of the school. And this gives some much respect in their among the fellow beings. So this gives them the confidence also. And children, we felt that when the children were even Kerala is a state where we have a Muslim community where the children usually do not have that much of confidence, but we could find that the girls also were very confident in speaking, and they really spoke that like this program has given them much opportunity to interact, be confident, and brave, and do many things for the society. So this learning from the initial stage itself, once it is imbibed, this remains in them, so that they think about the whole of the community as their own. So this is how like we felt that this program is something which many states needs to look into, even though there is a financial part of it which needs to be sorted out, like how funding and all. This was a major concern that the people had when we were interacting with the other states. But for the learning, the children were having acquiring all the qualities which we are trying to impart through our education process. Then this is another program of Assam where they are using the folklore. This is folklore and communicate with the society for a social change. So here they have various issues which are relevant in the state. They take up issues like child marriage, early pregnancy, then dropping out of the schools, alcohol consumption. So all these things, they in the form of the dances, in the form of songs, they go to the community, they try to speak to the community, they make them aware. So this program is done by the students themselves, and so they own that responsibility of behaving in that manner also once they are into it. So they also take a decision that like drugs and all these things, they are also able to avoid such type of behaviors within among themselves, and also they ensure that the community also rises up to the situation. That so many things, even deforestation, even about pollution. So they bring in the folklore into it, so that they are able to reach out to the community, which because communication with the community becomes a problem when it is not related to them. So now when it is their own folklore, which speaks about the deforestation, which speaks about the pollution effects, which speaks about conservation of environment. So the community is also interested, and their culture, traditions, everything is being maintained through this. And this program is done in collaboration with the UNICEF. Then this is another program by Haryana called Yuvagram. Here the children take up as a Gram Panchayat. So we have the Gram Panchayat systems are existing. So children themselves take the role of the Sarpanch. They become the villagers, they become Chaukidars, they are assigned the roles of Anganwadi workers. So each and everything that happens in their Panchayat is also being enacted in their schools. So this role taking and addressing the various issues, solving various issues, all these things give them that material of confidence. So confidence, and they are able to resolve many conflicts within the system, and also they are able to create awareness about the panchayat, and also it promotes the activity-based learning. So this is one big example where practically the children are taking it into the field. Then another one is of Maharashtra itself. Like we have a program called Mulyavardhan program. So here the program is, the aim is to develop the values and competencies, and also critical thinking skills, so that they are able to make the learners acquire the qualities which are required for a democratic citizen. So here the constitutional values are also being taken care of. So there are this in this, what they do is like they have a demonstration of the good practices. They teach the teachers, show them how the waste management can be taken out, done, and how to utilize the waste materials, how to recycle these products, how to conduct the sanitation drives, how to distribute the paper bags, and how the examples of feeding of animals, how watering of plants. So they give them the case study, they explain to them the good practices that are happening, so that the values of the child is increased, and they imbibe these values and the skills within themselves. Then another program is of Punjab, which is called the Welcome Life. This is a subject area. Like I am, basically we have taken out certain programs which have a difference of nature. And here in this Punjab, we have a program where they have a subject as such, which is called the Welcome Life. So here they speak about like many like time management, how the eat habits, how you should not be wasting the food, how the family relationships are to be maintained, and how conservation of environment has to be taken up, like how the superstitious feeling, you have to be away from all these superstitious beliefs, then how to promote the constructive thinking. All these things are being covered in the textbooks, and this textbook is brought out by the Punjab School Education Board, which is being given to all the students. Now with all these things said, like we have assessment being done, even though it's not complete in all respects because the study is still going on, and we are yet to receive the comments from many of the states. We could see that, like, if you look at how far these ESD and GSET teams have been covered, we have Chandigarh with a high expression, and Telangana, Chandigarh, Gujarat, Haryana, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, Kerala. All of these have extent of their inclusion of these education for sustainable development and GSET. It has been covered in all the subjects of upper primary, primary, and secondary stages. But with respect to the coverage of themes, if we look at, we could find that with respect to sustainable development, diversity, and gender equality, they are the major ones which have been largely covered in all these states. Even though we could not find much relevance to the reference to the global citizenship scheme, it was mostly done in the upper primary and the secondary levels. In the primary levels, it was just limited to the value education. And then if we look at the coverage of these subjects in the subject areas, okay, so with respect to the subject areas, we could find the more coverage was given in the languages and the social sciences. And almost 80%, around 80% of their subjects were covered. It was only the diversity which was slightly lacking behind, but in all other subject areas, all the other themes were covered. And mainly this coverage was in the languages and the social sciences, and of course mathematics was a leastly covered area. Now, if we look at the how far it has been covered in the student assessment or the examination system, we could find the states reported that the themes were assessed based upon examinations, written examinations. So which we found that will not be able to achieve the target of what we are expecting for imbibing the values or the skills, because if you are going to have a pen and paper test for these values and the skills, it won't be working out. But there were certain states which have stated that they have projects, they have portfolios, they have quiz programs or the other activities which they do in the groups, so which they use extensively for assessing how far the children have attained these skills and competencies, which we feel that needs to be promoted more. So this is how we have assessed these things. Now, till now we have seen how far we have been able in our school curriculum through various curricular practices like student police cadet, this Awaken Citizen. There are other programs also which I have not referred here. Awaken Citizen program is there of Ramakrishna Mission, which they have been doing in all the Kendra Vidyalaya schools, and they have we also have studied that. And the Kendra Vidyalaya school, it is a program where they have videos and the students are viewing that. Then they are writing answers for many questions. There are many activities related to that. So all these programs have demonstrated that the attainment of socio-emotional learning can happen through these programs. The only thing is we need to promote these such type of activities more. So our indicative strategies or whatever suggestions that we can give us, like we need to develop our policies and programs so that we are able to promote the ESD and GSET practices. And we also need to disseminate these type of good practices that are happening in our country, so that everybody can rise up equally. And then we also need to have promote the participatory programs for the learners as well as for the teachers, and this will help in working in collaboration. We need to ensure that the education acknowledges the key role which is required for the attainment of sustainability. And also we need to have a support, we need to support the development of robust assessment system. We need to not just assess the cognitive skills or the social, we also need to assess how the socio-emotional competencies have been achieved and the behavioral outcomes of it. So with this, I hope like we will be able to do something in the field of attaining the sustainable development, that is education for sustainable development, as well as promote the global citizenship education. I feel I have done something, and then now I feel I'm looking forward for hearing from the other participants who have done something in this field, the actual practitioners from the field, because it is only through them that we gain much learning in this field. Thank you so much, and I'm really happy that there is many people who are working for the same cause. And thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashita. I really appreciated the way that you have brought together ESD, global citizenship education. I particularly also appreciated your focus on assessment and taking the assessment right through to evaluation in your last demonstration. Because here in South Africa and elsewhere, we find that change is slow in the administrations. And what I also appreciated was the way you described, you know, the subjects and the programs needing to come together in the schools, and how the programs can influence the subjects and the subject relationships. So that's school curriculum transformation. Even old programs like the military cadets and programs like folklore that have been around for so long, these can be key transformative elements where there is this take-up and transformation happening. So thank you for your wise words and the kind of hopeful perspective that you've provided us for our deliberations today. And now we move on to all of the participants to share the outcomes and the perspectives of the diverse programs that they're involved with. So once again, our appreciation for your address. And we look forward to the rest of the program. Back to the program director to lead us, please.
Yes, thank you, Professor Rock. Thank you, Dr. Ashita. Yeah, so now we move on to that section where we are awaiting the program, the videos of our ESD leadership program. So I would start with Dr. Fayaz first.
Welcome to ESD Leadership Program. I am Dr. Fayaz Ahmed Bhatt, Nodal Officer, School Leadership Academy, SCRT. Sustainable Welcome to ESD Leadership Program. I am Dr. Fayaz Ahmed Bhatt, Nodal Officer, School Leadership Academy, SCRT JNK. Sustainable Development Goals, these 17 goals and 169 targets are meant for raising the quality of life of present and future generation through systematic and thinking process, which can definitely without threatening natural endowment, and environment. SDGs focus on 5 P's: people, planet, prosperity, and partnership. We at School Leadership Academy developed a capacity building module for school leaders in which we have tried to cover all the aspects related to ESD through knowledge, through skill, through attitudes, and through value system. The key objectives of ESD leadership program is to create the awareness and understanding of ESD in relevance to the core curriculum at the school level. Second, to bring the attitudinal change among the school leaders through education for sustainable development. And third, most importantly, to enhance the competencies of school leaders by material development. In this regard, we have developed a capacity building module for school leaders. While developing the module, key aspects in terms of ESD policy, content, and competencies, SDGs and critical issues, transforming learning and learning environment, designing an assessment of learning in ESD, monitoring, evaluating, and scaling the impact. In the J&K perspectives, we have 4 tiers. Tier 1, we are looking at ESD at the curriculum level. For that, we have conducted a workshop of key resource persons across J&K representations from all the 20 districts, in which we try to measure the extent to which the concepts related to the ESD are incorporated in the curriculum. Second, the teacher education in terms of pedagogical processes, is ESD included in the pedagogical processes or even andragogy. Third, ESD concepts in the teaching learning processes in the schools. And fourth is the mass level orientation of ESD at different levels in relevance with the different stakeholders across J&K. And more importantly, regarding assessment, regarding monitoring of ESD program in terms of collection of data and its analysis. After that, we created a video content on ESD in J&K with key highlights of the scheme, that's herbal garden scheme across J&K, which is a very popular initiative from government of Jammu and Kashmir. Third, we visited some of the herbal gardens across J&K and also had a nature walk with the students, which will definitely transform the ESD in our schooling system. After that, we succeed in putting ESD leadership program in our annual works plan and budgets for across UT of Jammu and Kashmir, which will be executed at different district levels as well as at SCRT as well as at school leadership level. After that, we have also submitted 2 research proposals on ESD leadership program. Me along with my consultant Dr. Irfan and my associate Arushi Sharma have devised the hybrid program on ESD with 24 hours module, 10 hour online and 14 hours offline. We succeed in submitting the research proposals on ESD leadership program through our annual works plan and budgets for the year 2022-23. Our vision is to address the interconnected global challenges through ESD leadership program. Thank you.
So all the questions that you have for Dr. Fayaz, you can put them in question and answer section, and you can mention Dr. Fayaz's name so that he knows that you're addressing the question to him. We will go to our next video. Our next mentee is Sharad. So I'll share his video now. Sharad is a school teacher in the Krishnamurti Foundation in Pune.
Hello everyone, my name is Sharath and part of the ESD. Right now I am standing in a vegetable garden where various types of vegetables have been grown on the principles of natural farming. And surprisingly, the global environmental movement itself has started with the influence of farming by the book written by Richard Garrison on Soil and Spring. And I am also one of those individuals who got influenced by that particular book. And I continued working in the fields which are closer to nature. I did my master's in environmental sciences from Andhra University, and post that I worked in the fields which are always closer to nature. So the most of the time I worked in wildlife conservation in various projects like urban wildlife, snakebite awareness programs, etc. And I continued my work in the similar fields, and I worked in a project named Climate Literacy and Marine Litter Management, where I got to work with the fishermen communities on climate change, waste management, and also with the school students from various backgrounds, and mostly in specific to the fishermen communities. I also did farming for some time, natural farming, permaculture. But after working in all these fields, I've realized that to achieve a sensible and sustainable lifestyles and development, one needs a holistic education, which is more sensible towards life around us. And as part of that journey, I joined as a teacher in Shayadri School, Pune. So Shayadri School is a place where nature has been given the primary importance, and as part of utilizing these resources in connecting our school community towards the nature, we got to know about the ESD, and that's how our ESDP project has evolved. Connecting people towards nature and holistic approach. This is the project I've been doing as part of my SDP project 2022. And the main aim of the project is to, connecting our school community towards the nature. And as part of executing the project, I did some preliminary surveys to assess the various resources available within our campus. And then we also need to take the permissions from the school administration, and we got it to take this particular ESD theme ahead. And then as part of taking this project ahead, I did conducted a online survey on the global environmental issues and also on the ESD theme, and we got certain feedback from the community. And keeping all these things into consideration, we developed a detailed project report on the principles of the logical framework analysis, and we designed the logical framework analysis for our project, and keeping various sustainable development goals into consideration. And luckily we got permission from our school community as well on taking this project ahead. And this is a whole structure of the project. So the connecting people towards nature is being implemented under two particular themes. The one is the action-based learning, another one is the classroom learning. And so as part of action-based learning, we did certain activities in the last academic year. And one of those particular activities is direct infusion of the ESD theme in the biology class subjects. So because I do teach biology, and I infuse certain themes and certain concepts directly within the classroom learning. And we also work towards a lifelong learning theme. And we perform certain outdoor activities like the natural farming, and some of the students also did some what I should call experiment between the organic based farming and also the chemical based farming. And we worked under natural building theme, and these particular themes gave us the opportunity to to work toward the sustainable development goals, and give the students some exposure about the conservation of water, the conservation of native seeds, and all these things. And we also did some traditional practices and traditional cooking activities as well as part of the ESD theme. And we performed. We also did some traditional festivals. We did some traditional seed exhibition, and so these are some activities. These are some of the activities we did as part of the classroom learning theme. And then the second part, which is the action-based learning. And this action-based learning is being done under two particular autonomous bodies. So one is the ESD notice board, and this is our Shayadri ESD notice board. And let us see what this ESD notice board is all about.
The ESD notice board is created and is being maintained by the students and teachers of various subjects from Sayatri School. The board is a bridge to discussions about the environment and sustainable development goals, and the recently introduced handprint by the ESD handprint box. ESD handprint box was kept here so that the students of the school's community can come here and share their handprints, which will be exhibited on ESD notice board.
So we'll also be exhibiting some of the handprints which are happening right within the school vicinity. So thus this ESD notice board is also helping us to work towards the theme, think globally and work locally. The other autonomous board I was talking to you about is the Shayadri ESD Club, and one of the unique features of the Shayadri ESD Club is that it is completely being owned and managed by the students of class 11 and 12 with assistance from a few teachers. And the main aim of the ESD Club is to take the ESD theme ahead in our school. And the club also serves as a platform to find one's own actions and place on our planet Earth. And if you see, these are our ESD Club board member group, and we have conducted few activities as part of the ESD Club in the last academic year. Like we conducted workshops for class 10 and 12 who are the outgoing batches on the global environmental issues, and also introduced the ESDB theme for them. And we did some rural outreach programs, we did some plantation drives, and the club also hosted few nature hikes and nature walks. And one of the few important things the club was planning to do is that the club has designed around 15 activities that are to be implemented for the next academic year. And if you see, each of the activities designed keeping at least 2 to 3 sustainable development goals into consideration, and each of the activity will be anchored by 2 to 3 students with the help of the teachers. And this is something the club is actually aiming to work ahead for the next academic year. And as part of taking the ESDP project ahead, I'm actually looking to work on formalizing the ESDP notice board and Shayadri ESD Club, and also implementation of certain activities that are being designed as part of the classroom learning. And I'm also planning to conduct few workshops for the teachers and students on the ESDP theme and also on the planetary boundaries. And one of the most important tasks I have is expanding the ESDP theme with the other KFA schools in India. And let's hope I will get the support and encouragement to work ahead. And if you see, this is our ESDP core team, and they are the students across all the subjects. And I'm really optimistic of working with them in strengthening of the ESDP theme ahead in the next academic year. I sincerely want to thank Engagement Global and Bharati Vidyapith University and all the mentors and mentees who have been constantly supportive and mentoring me throughout this project. And I also want to thank the Shayadri School community and the ESD core members who have been the major motivation for me to work in this project. And I'm really looking forward to work with you all in taking this ESD theme ahead at the global level. Namaskar.
Thank you, Sharad. That was a really good work in your school. I'll share my screen. We have next presentation from Dr. Dr. Deborah works with the Rural Management Institute in Anand, in Gujarat.
If you don't have a Hi everyone. If you don't have a nut allergy, I'm sure every one of you at some point have enjoyed eating almonds. Now, if you have noticed the packets, you may have seen most of them can be traced back to California and are often even have the title of Californian almonds written on them. So, I have a question for you. What do you think is the relation between buying a packet of almonds at your local grocery store, a huge number of bees dying in California, and the usual and now severe droughts that we see there? In other words, let me ask you a broader question. Where does our food come from? And what is it that we are not paying for when we buy our food? So California dominates the international almond market, providing for 80% of the world's demand. Each spring, approximately 1.6 million hives, that is 60% of the managed hives in the United States, are trucked to California from all over the country to pollinate nearly 2 billion pounds of almonds. However, almonds are treated with a range of pesticides, leading to many bee colonies falling sick and dying. The monoculture of almond tree means that they are forced to rely on a single source to gather their food, which is again removed to sell honey. The almond monocultures also need a lot of water and have depleted the groundwater in the area. The story gets grimmer if one starts accounting for the energy involved in transporting the bees and the almonds to their respective markets. Similar stories are unfolding everywhere as the impacts of unsustainable production and consumption of food is getting more apparent. So, recognizing the fundamental ways in which food impacts the planet and our well-being, the United Nations held a food summit system in 2021, and the opening address said the following: rich or poor, young or old, every person in the world needs to eat. Safe and nutritious food provides not only life and health, but hope. Every day, billions of people harvest, process, and transport food to market and our homes. Consumers make choices of what to eat based on what is available and accessible. This daily activity touches us all and underpins our cultures, our economies, and our natural world. The production, transport, and consumption of wholesome food is directly related to at least 8 SDGs and thus forms an important educational and action-based intervention. My project thus focuses on exploring the why, what, and how of sustainable transitions in the way we grow and eat our food. Globally, the current food regime is not just an ecological issue, but also a social and economic and an educational challenge. The industrial agriculture system practiced today is responsible for pushing at least 5 out of the 9 planetary boundaries beyond the safety zone. So to find meaningful solutions, we require a radical transformation of our relationship with the food we eat, with an acknowledgement that we as human beings are also part of the natural environment. In terms of the aims of this project, thus, I recognize that the wicked problem of an unsustainable food system arises from the fact that food has deep connections to sustainability and social justice. The motivation for me to work in this area stems from the challenge and potential of sustainable transitions in an urbanizing world. And thus my research focus was how to seed a critical discourse and promote civic action focused on sustainable food systems, characterizing and documenting the diversity of knowledge and practices in urban farming initiatives. In terms of the projected outcomes, I want to contribute to contextualized discourse that accounts for the spatial, climatic, and socioeconomic considerations in Indian cities. And I want to be able to create learning resources and discussion platforms that can be used as educational interventions or ways to mobilize collective action. So towards this goal, I've conducted a variety of interviews with practitioners having kitchen garden spaces in a variety of spaces, ranging from personal balconies to community land to institutional areas. And each of them offer interesting views on how the community has taken up the initiatives, how they have acted as transformative spaces, their notion of dignity of labor and stewardship of the land, and as well as practical know-how regarding the way to grow food. So based on these interviews, I have also worked towards creating then learning resources, outreach materials, and online modules. These articles are freely available online, as well as I'm working towards creating more detailed modules that can be along with relevant resources. So these resources include guidebooks, such as one that I have created is called Spill the Beans, which is a guide to kickstart one's urban garden. And I'm also in the process of co-authoring a more detailed book titled There is a Bee in the Balcony, a guide to growing your food anywhere you are, based on the interviews with these practitioners, to also bring out the context-specific challenges and potentials of Indian spaces. So to conclude, I would say that recognizing the interdependence of agrobiodiversity, soil health, societal well-being, and indigenous knowledge about nutrition and health requires the collective participation of various age groups and socioeconomic groups at local level. Efforts aimed at encouraging such participation will be a robust, systemic response to the wicked problem of unsustainable food systems and climate change. And towards this, the lessons and the perspectives that I have gained from being part of the ESD course have been most valuable for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Dagora. We have next video of Mr. Arun Abayas. He is from Diet Hingoli, Maharashtra. He's a teacher educator. I'll share his video.
Hello everyone, myself Arun Abayas, working as a teacher and teacher educator at District Institute for Education and Training, Hingoli, Maharashtra. My project for this program is to make a module for maths teachers for connecting maths with the environmental education. The reasons behind choosing these projects was environmental education is part of science and EVS textbooks in Maharashtra, as well as there should be some connecting dots between environmental education and other subjects, so that its importance is understood well by the students. Some students face maths phobia also, and though we all know that maths is a subject having big impact on daily life, I felt that if math teachers could use word problems having content regarding environmental education, would bring maths closer to the hearts of the students, as examples will be from their daily life. It would bring awareness among students regarding the environmental education. So aim of my project is to formation a bridge between environmental education and maths beyond science and EVS textbooks, with the help of training module for maths teachers of primary level. Objectives of my projects was bringing awareness amongst teachers that environmental education or sustainable development is not only part of the science or EVS subjects. I want to create the awareness regarding sustainable development goals and how they can be used in the daily teaching learning process. Finding the connecting dots between maths and environmental education was one of the objectives, and another objective was making a training module for the maths teachers of primary and upper primary level for developing skills to use maths for bringing awareness among students regarding environmental issues. My journey for this project is so far that first of all I have read all the textbooks of maths from standard 3rd to 10th, which are provided by Government of Maharashtra to all the schools. Then after I found that in that all the textbooks there are very few examples which are related to the environmental issues. Very few word problems was there which are related to the sustainable development or environmental issues. Then I have selected a cluster. Cluster is a group of schools which contains near about 14 to 15 schools, and I have selected a cluster named Basamba, one of the cluster from Hingoli district, and there were 15 maths teachers was selected who were interested in taking part in this program. Then the challenge was to design a training module for the workshop, and the workshop was done, which was a one-day workshop, and which was carried out in 2 phases. The first phase was the workshop content was divided into 2 parts. The first part was to understanding the ESD, sustainable development, through various kinds of videos, to understand the sustainable development goals. And the second phase was to design some mathematical activities which was near to the environmental issues, which was related to the environmental education or sustainable development. To know the effectiveness of the workshop, pre and post tests were collected with the help of a questionnaire which contain the questions regarding the term sustainable development as well as sustainable development goals. And through the pre-post data, I found that they don't know the term sustainable development and sustainable development goals. Some of the participants agreed that there is a relation between sustainable development and maths, but they were unable to find the connection. They also couldn't understand how mathematics could be related to it and how to implement it. During the workshop, I tried clearing their understanding and doubts. The post-test data revealed their changed understanding and attitudes towards environmental education and sustainable development. The second phase of the workshop was to design some activities which are based on mathematics and related to the environmental education issues. The teachers were divided in 4 groups, and the themes were provided to them. The themes were as one of the theme was water, another was food, another was waste management, and the other theme was electricity consumption. Participant teachers have designed some activities based on mathematical concepts which are related to environmental educations, and after discussion with all of them, we have decided that after the workshop, the teachers will carry out these activities in their respective schools with their respective students, and the theme was decided was the food stage from midday meal scheme for a week, and then they made a graph of daily food wastage, and the yearly food wastage was estimated. The discussion regarding this was arranged by the teachers. The points for the discussion was the food wastage is not only the food wastage but also the other resources, the manpower which was wasted behind this food wastage, and as well as fuel, water, and all the other resources also was the discussion point behind this food wastage. Also was discussed by the students, and as well as management of wasted food was one of the key points for the discussion. Through these discussions, students have come out with lots of points like measurement, like data analysis, like making graphs, making calculations, estimations, All these topics were covered by this single activity, which helped students learning maths with lots of joy and fun. Conclusions for the project was made by through collecting the responses from the participants during the workshop, then after through the meeting with the teachers, and then through school visits and discussing with the students directly. With this project, I strongly feel that there is a strong need of training about environmental education and sustainable development to the curriculum designers, to textbook writers and the teachers for all the subjects. They can integrate 17 sustainable development goals in various ways in the curriculum, even though subjects like maths also. Students should be provided by such kind of projects linking to all the subjects so that they will understand the ESD through ESD thoughts for their future. Most importantly, being a maths teacher and maths teacher educator, I feel that maths phobia can be addressed through the word problems which are based on the daily life situations. So that I can say that this kind of trainings and these kinds of activities regarding environmental education will also help teachers to dealing with the maths phobia. Another thing I want to add that NEP 2020 is here in India, and I think that it provides an opportunity and empowers the students with competencies of higher order problem solving, critical thinking, anticipating the future, etc. Will also done by these kinds of activities. Finally, I would like to share you that this program helped me a lot regarding my personal sustainability. I have got a sustainability vision and using it in my daily life, as well as from last 15 years I am working as a teacher, trainer and state resource group member, and I am trying to use all these aspects from this program whenever I get a chance. I hope to take this forward to all the diets and all the SCRTs, as well as Maharashtra, for the Maharashtra government. From this project report, I would like to request our SCRT that we should carry out more teacher training programs for teachers about the ESD. I would like to thank my mentor who have encouraged me a lot throughout this project, as well as I would like to thank Shamita ma'am for her valuable guidance, Patwardhan ma'am, Samruddhi ma'am who was coordinator for this program and handled all of us very patiently. Then special thanks to all my colleague mentees who have encouraged me a lot, and I really enjoyed time spending with all of you guys, and thank you all of you.
Thank you, Arunji. All questions which are there for Arunji can be put in question and answer tab, please. So if you have any questions, we will address them directly at the question and answer tab. So we have our next mentee, Mr. Vinesh TV from SCRT Kerala. Let's see his video now.
Hi. I'm Vinesh. Currently, I am working as a research officer in. Hi, I'm Vinesh. Currently, I am working as a research officer in SCRT Kerala. I'm implementing a project named as Campus as a Textbook. Technology enabled education came in stay, and children are enthused by technology, but in turn they are alienated from nature. In this context, Kerala government and education department allotted funds and support to school to develop biodiversity park in schools. So many of the schools are having different kinds of biodiversity park in their campus. Some are having butterfly park like this, some others are having vegetable garden. Sometimes they are not having enough space, and they have some hanging garden, tire garden, roof garden, and that type of garden. Almost all the schools are following a green protocol. That means rules and regulation, eco-friendly rules and regulation. They are having waste management programs and this water conservation program, energy conservation program. All these are there. But in the analysis, we find that there is a huge gap between the classroom activities, that means the curriculum, and this program. All these programs are maintained as a standalone programs. They are not integrated with the curriculum and the daily classroom activities. So how to integrate this biodiversity park and the curriculum, that means the teaching learning process, was the intended goal of the project. So we started this project as a tryout one. For that, we selected 25 schools who are having a certain kind of biodiversity park, and some teachers who are very much interested in this project. They are selected, and we formed a social media group. So in the beginning, we started our discussions and training programs in the social media platform, and we developed some activity sheets which is used to integrate biodiversity park and the activities and the intended objectives in the textbook. So the development of activity sheets was the first program which we are implemented as the part of this project. So there are enough slots in every subject, not only in the science subject, but in language, but in social science. There are slots where we can integrate the activities related to biodiversity park in the classroom. So we are developing these lesson plans for that, and we are trying to make it a part of our curriculum, and so we are trying to make it a sustainable thing. So we are implementing this project following the system leadership framework. In the very beginning, we identified the stakeholders, and then we started dialogue with the stakeholders, including teachers, students, parents, head teachers, and non-teaching staff.
Then we have planned the process of situational analysis. Each school have their own strength and weakness, and each individual have some specific role to play. Considering all these factors, we planned various activities and motivated the participants to collaborate and act for change. When we are considering school as a system, some persons are powerful. Some others are not so powerful, but they are influential. Analyzing these interrelations and mobilizing the potential towards the desired goal was the next task. During the process, we realized that a green and resourceful biodiversity park can be used for a space for intergenerational knowledge transfer. The older generation in the society have their own indigenous knowledge, and the young ones are good at technical knowledge. So the biodiversity park can be used for a knowledge exchange between this generation, and thus it becomes a space for lifelong learning. The use of biodiversity park for observation, data collection, and experimentation as an integral part of curricular activities will certainly inculcate a eco-friendly development perspective on among students, teachers, and parents, and eventually it will have an impact upon the society too. In such schools where these planned activities took place, the head teacher, parent-teacher association members, and non-teaching staff all join their hands and they appreciate the interdependence. Certainly there are some conflicts too. The aspirant parents may ask, is such activities are beneficial for students? Head teachers are concerned about the maintenance of the discipline, and teachers also have the concern about shall we able to cover the syllabus if we are sparing much time for such activities, and all these were there. But all these conflicts were mediated through dialogue and collective efforts. And some schools really shown how we can be very inclusive by engaging the MPTA members, PTA members, SMC members, old students association members, non-teaching staff as a part of this program. Developing vivid kind of activity sheets was the major attempt to integrate a curriculum with biodiversity parts. Knowing the local flora and fauna and the importance of its conservation and related activities is a local solution for the global problems which we are facing today. Even though we are having a common pattern, each school which is involved in the project have their own area of interest. Some schools are having very beautiful gardens and medicinal garden which attracts the attention of public. There's a school, it's a special school for blind students. They put forth the concept of touch and smell garden. There the students are allowed freely to enter into the garden and pluck the leaf and smell it and touch it, and they are providing sensual experience to the students who are visually impaired. We will continue the project for next 1 year, and hopefully by the next academic year there will be 20 to 25 model schools across the state which is meaningfully utilizing biodiversity park as a textbook with endless pages. Thank you.
Great efforts, Vinesh ji. We will now move on to Dr. Virag's video. Before that, if you have any questions to Vinesh ji, you can please put it in the question and answer tab. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Also, we will have a question and answer session at the end. I share the next video, Dr. Virag. Dr. Virag works at the Diet Anand in Gujarat.
नमस्कार. ESD ExpertNet and Bharati Vidyapit Environmental Education Department Pune jointly organized a program Leading the Way Sustainability in Schools. It is a great opportunity to do works in the sustainability in schools. So first of all, thank to all the members who helped me to doing for this project and guiding me for such a nice concept, sustainability in schools. I have taken a project on environmental laboratory program. I have developed a ELP, Environmental Laboratory Program Handbook for teachers and students for doing projects, activities, and such ICT tools used for environmental education. First of all, I say a rationale of a project. In Gujarat, Eco Club activities has been carried out by the teachers in the school many years ago, but they were not aware of how to establish an environmental laboratory and what activities carried out in it. So, environmental laboratory can develop in a scientific view, and the students and teachers should also aware of scientific perspective of the projects and activities regarding the environment. Aims of my project is to establish environmental awareness, knowledge, attitude, skills in students through environmental education. To create an environment where environmental projects and activities can be done at school level. In my project, many initiatives have been taken. First of all, to create young leaders which having awareness and knowledge about the challenges of the environmental sustainability and their sphere of influence. And ELP also visualize engagement of all students in understanding and the recognition of environmental issues in a larger context, also in the context of immediate environment. ELP also promote learning by doing approach and experiential learning in the class and the curriculum transaction. ELP activities and action project and ICT tools are the pedagogical approach for development of critical thinking skill and the environmental skill that helps students to develop the ability and the willingness to make information and decision communicative effectively and the develop management skill to lead healthy and productive life. Now we have talked about the process of my project. First of all, I have taken 5 schools randomly in my Anand district. Then after I have orient teachers about the environmental lab program. We select 5 teachers from standard 1 to 5 and 5 teachers from standard 6 to 8 to get the students to do various activities in schools. We have taken an environmental lab program, and what is the objectives and aims of this program I have introduced to teachers and principals. The objectives of the ELP and the content to be included in our ELP handbook, and which type of content and which concept we have to include in our ELP program, that can be discussed. In ELP handbook first part, we prepared activity projects and ICT tools for standard 3 to 5 students. In this handbook, we include a concept like air, water, soil, living and non-living things, flora, fauna, trees and its parts, creatures and animals. And all the concept we relate with the sustainability and the ESD handbook for standard 6 to 8 students. It also prepared for projects, activities and ICT tools for the students. It also contains air, water, soil, climate, health and hygiene, waste management, biodiversity, natural vegetation and wildlife environment. In all this concept, we have to taken activities with regarding to sustainability and sustainability goals. In the second part of the handbook for standard 6 to 8 students, it also prepared for projects, activities and ICT tools for the students. It also contains air, water, soil, climate, health and hygiene, waste management, biodiversity, natural vegetation, and wildlife environment. In all this concept, we have to taken activities with regarding to sustainability and sustainability goals. At the end, I have make a teacher training handbook which is based on environmental lab program, which is useful to teachers and students also. With the help of this handbook, teachers will conduct various activities and projects at school levels. Here is some glimpse of photographs. In schools, students are doing activities regarding environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Virag. Now we'll move on to the next video. We take you back to Kashmir. We have Dr. Abid's video.
Hello everyone, my name is Abid Hussain Mir and I welcome you all to one of the most beautiful places on the earth, the crown of India, Jammu and Kashmir. Our Kashmir is so beautiful that it's often called as paradise on the earth. This place is endowed with beautiful landscapes, lush green forests and valleys, dazzling beautiful lakes, roaring rivers, meadows, delightful autumns and winter wonderland. Because of its iconic beauty, thousands of tourists visit this place from all over the world throughout the year. Let's have some more glimpses.
ये तो कश्मीर है, इसकी फिजा का क्या कहना। ये तो कश्मीर है, इसकी फिजा का क्या कहना। देश दुल्हन है, ये दुल्हन के तन का है कहना। तुम ताना ताना ना, तुम ताना ना, तुम ताना ना, ताना ना तुम ताना ताना ना, तुम ताना ना, तुम ताना ना।
ये तो कश्मीर है, इसकी अदा का क्या कहना। ये तो कश्मीर है, इसकी अदा का क्या कहना।
However, all is not well with this place when it comes to the sustainable development. The region has swelling concerns regarding the management of waste products, unmanaged grazing in meadowlands, unplanned industrialization, pollution from sewer factories, water pollution, plastic pollution, illegal mining, and many more.
हमें बहुत सारी बीमारियां हो रही हैं, हमारा चेस्ट खराब हो गया है और बच्चों का रहना यहाँ पर बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो रहा है.
People are suffering from a very serious health hazard which is arised by these cement factories. These cement factories emit toxic gases which causes elements to the which have got down from 75% to 42%.
One of the most concerning thing is the lack of environmental awareness and eco-friendly behavior among many local people. Youth of the region has a crucial role in this as they have to lead the future generations. Against this backdrop, we have developed this online course to empower the youth in Kashmir Himalaya to adopt a sustainable lifestyle. We have developed this course on a Moodle platform where every user has to enroll using their email IDs and have to set a unique password. The course will be of 12 weeks duration with a primary target of 17 to 21 years age group. The course is divided into 5 modules. Module first talks about understanding the climate crisis in Kashmir Himalaya. Module second talks about Kashmir Himalayan biodiversity, its issues and concerns. Module third talks about issues and concerns of waste management in Kashmir Himalaya. Module 4 talks about water resources of Kashmir Himalaya. And Module 5 talks about sustainability and tourism in Kashmir. Each module is divided into different sections. First, there is a video introduction to the module by an expert, which is followed by mandatory readings section. Then there are some additional readings. At last, students have to undergo through a field-based or project-based activity within each module. These activities will help students to research about biodiversity in their immediate environment, the issues of climate change and their role to help in solving this problem, water harvesting, management of their rivers, 3R principles of waste management, and many other sustainability. In addition to this, each module will have one Zoom session where participants will directly interact with the respective experts. At the end of the course, every participant has to submit his or her learning experiences and feedback regarding the course. Through the course, youth will gain up-to-date knowledge of the current understanding of human impacts on the environment in their region and possible ways to manage their resources, especially at individual and community levels. This will also imbibe into them the knowledge, skills, values, attitude, and behaviors to care for their environment and create a more sustainable future. This will also help in creating change makers rather than the passive consumers. I am highly thankful to Bharatiya Vidyapeeth University Pune, ESD ExpertNet and Engagement Global for giving me this opportunity. I am also thankful to my mentor Professor Kranti Yardi, Professor Shamita Kumar and Ms. Samriddhi Patwardhan for all the support and help. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abid. That was a very good video and a good work. Now we move next to Dhananjay. Dhananjay is a livelihood trainer in American India Foundation. I'll share his video.
Hello all, welcome to the project presentation for ESD Education for Sustainable Development. My project title is Sustainability through Livelihood Skill-Based Learning for Youth. When we talk about youth, what is the most important thing when students get their graduation? First thing is livelihoods, to get a job, to get employable. There are many youth who are lacking the employability skills. So this is one challenge at one end, and at the same time, we have a challenge, a huge challenge, how to take the ESD, Education for Sustainable Development, the awareness about sustainability to all the people, all the 8 billion people in the world. As per the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 4, which is quality education, and specifically from that 4.7, we need to educate we need to propagate the sustainability awareness to all the population, all the youth. The objective of my project is to impart livelihood skills and make students aware about sustainability issues. Livelihood skills and employability skills, so these are the same things. With this skill set, we can also have awareness about sustainability. So in my project, we are interlinking these two things. First is about livelihoods, so that everyone will get jobs, and also we have SDG goal about decent life and economic opportunity as well. My project deals with the same problem. As I am working in American India Foundation as a master trainer, my work is in livelihoods. So we provide trainings to the marginalized youth for job placement. When a student comes to us, we train them on basics of digital literacy, basics of communication skill, and such allied skill set and competencies so that they get employable or employability skills. What are the major employability skills? If we look at, these are communication skills, critical thinking, problem solving, their emotional intelligence or life skills. So these are the same things. If we are interviewing someone or we are considering someone for a position, we will look for that person as well. On the other hand, if we look about education for sustainable development, so what are the competencies, what are the skills that are required? In coming time, when there will be resource scarcity, when there will be natural disasters or such kind of disturbances, so people should be able to cope up with that. That is the purpose of education. These two, the critical thinking, the problem solving, the communication skills, the negotiation skills, the win-win collaborations. So these are the all things I find is common in both. So that's why I have designed a curriculum of 20 hours so that we can provide these kind of employability skills, and at the same time we can link it with the sustainability issues as well. If we consider around all the people in the world or all the youth, around 50% of the youth might not be interested in environment, or they are not aware about environmental issues as of yet. And other 50%, they are already sensitized, they already know about it, and they will definitely do something about environment. But what about the other 50%? And without their involvement, without their commitment, it's not possible to achieve SDG, all the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. That is the reason why I am mixing these two things, so that those who are not yet interested, at least they will come for employability skills, because that is the most important thing for them. But whenever teaching these skill sets, so I am using the source material, I am using the activity, course content or the reading material or the videos which are from sustainability. For example, if we take some of the competencies such as critical thinking. So whenever we discuss with a student about critical thinking, so I ask them, what are the challenges in front of businesses nowadays? And most of the challenges we can relate to the environmental issues or sustainability issues. That is how they get interlinkages, and at the same time they develop the competencies. And to develop these training models, I conducted some of the pilot programs, pilot training for the school children as well as the college students. Also, I interacted with many teachers and professors, so that this complete training module is now available. And for the employability skills, now we have around 20 hours of induction training program where we conduct it for all the specializations. For example, it is for banking and finance, also the IT courses, web development, data analytics, cyber security. So all the students go through this first induction training program, which I have designed for 20 hours. There are 20 different lessons. I have configured them into 5 different modules. So first is about sustainability, introduction to sustainability and its linkages with employability. Then second thing is about digital literacy. Then we talk about the problem solving and critical thinking. Then we talk about getting job or employable. We are including a lot of activities, a lot of games. For example, you can see some of the games on my slide now. With these games, it becomes really enjoyable for students to learn, and at the same time, it remains with them for the longer period of time. I conducted some of the pilots, and during that I came to know what are the challenges and where we can focus and how we can optimize this training. The outcome is this training modules. Also, I have developed the training content, the video content, which is freely available on YouTube. These are the essential concepts like what is sustainability, how can we teach it effectively. For example, I compare it with magical pot, so it becomes very easy for student to understand and relate. then second, the carrying capacity, the ecological footprint, sustainable development goals. So each of this video content is also made available, so which teachers can use, they can show to the students. Also it is in vernacular, Hindi medium and English as well. We can show that to the student and we can initiate the discussion. The open-end questions will ensure that students participate and they learn from each other as well. We can ensure the training delivery and the understanding of the student with the help of questionnaires, with the help of assessments. So that is also included in this session plan. Online training program, the online training module, so where student can enroll and they can complete all of their training by their own as well. Outcome of the project, if I see after completion of this training, so students are able to correlate the employability skills and at the same time the importance of sustainable development. Second thing is they gain more confidence, the communication skills, and which will be helpful to become a change agent, become a leader as a proponent for the sustainable development as well. So I hope this project will help many more students. They will get understanding about sustainability issues and at the same time they will contribute towards sustainability. And for this project, I would like to thank my mentor Dr. Shivam Samruddhi and Professor Shamita Kumar for their constant support and guidance for this project. So whatever this project is today, there is also contribution from all the mentees, all the co-participants of this ESD leadership program. And this is a great opportunity for which I would like to thank ESD Expert Net, Engagement Global and all the team of BVIR who help us to develop a new perspective with this ESD Education for Sustainable Development. So this really is a leadership program for which I am indebted to all the organizers. Hope to see a sustainable world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dhananjay. We'll have our next video, Rajesh Pradhanji. He is he's additional district education officer from Ganjam district in Odisha. I'll share his video.
Nowadays, the summer is very harsh than the ever. From the mid of February, the surface water of this locality becomes turbid and not suitable for use. So, people of this locality mainly depend on groundwater till beginning of monsoon. The people of this locality totally depend on groundwater for drinking purpose and other household uses. Groundwater is the water present below the ground in aquifers. We obtain groundwater to the surface by using hand pumps, borewells and tubewells. Groundwater is recharged by the rain. Over-exploitation and non-judicious use of groundwater reduces water table of this locality. This is mainly due to lack of awareness about groundwater and also about sustainable use of water of this locality. So, I took the project adopted an awareness campaign about sustainable use and conservation of groundwater of this locality. The main objective of this project is to create awareness among students, teachers and community about sustainable use and conservation of groundwater of this locality. The target group of this project includes teachers and students of the school having class 6 to 10. For this project, I selected one school. This is because I got certain experience from my previous project, that is on setting up a medicinal plant garden in this school. Initially, we set up medicinal plant garden in one school. After successful implementation of a medicinal plant garden in that school, we spread it to 10 other schools. So, for groundwater awareness project, I selected one school. After successful implementation in one school, I will spread it to nearby schools. Now we will see different steps and activities taken at school level for sustainable use and conservation of groundwater of this locality. We conducted one-day workshop training program for all teachers of that school. In that workshop training program, teachers learn about the various sources of water in their locality and also water action plan for their school and how to reduce use of water at the school level, how to minimize water during hand wash and brushing of teeth, and also use of water efficient flush in the toilet, and use of water from wash basin and also kitchen room at the kitchen garden, and also to increase the groundwater table of the locality by harvesting rainwater. From that workshop training program, teachers also learned about how to create awareness among children about sustainable use and conservation of groundwater through art, drawing, games, sports, songs, drama, debate, rallies, and also various other activities. We also organized an awareness camp for children about sustainable use and conservation of groundwater. In this awareness camp, 30 children participated, 6 children from each class, from class 6 to class 10, and from each class 3 boys and 3 girls participated. From this awareness camp, children learn about various sources of water of their locality, the groundwater table of their locality, and how to recharge the groundwater table of their locality by harvesting rainwater through rainwater harvesting circuit. They also got an idea about how to save water during hand washing and also brushing. They also know how to use wastewater from wash basin and kitchen for the gardening purposes. Overall, they learn how to save water, as water is essential for life. Then we organized different activities throughout the year in the school for sustainable use and conservation of groundwater in the schools and also in the community. This involves observation of World Water Day, World Groundwater Day. For this, at the school level, debate competition, drawing competition, slogan competition, and also rallies are organized at the school level to create awareness about groundwater, as water is essential for life. These activities brought change in attitude and also change in behavior of both teachers and students about use of water. So now they are using water in very sustainable way at the school and also at the home level, and also try to conserve the groundwater of this locality. In this school, the teachers and SMC are involved, and they established 6 groundwater harvesting sock pits to recharge the groundwater of this locality. Now we will hear from few children and teachers about sustainable use and conservation of groundwater at school and home level after awareness program conducted at the school level about groundwater.
I am Amita Behera. After water awareness camp, I am not wasting water during hand washing and brushing my teeth. After water awareness camp, we are using water judiciously in school and home, and we are trying to save water.
For awareness camp, I know about rainwater harvesting software which was recently set up in our school. I will tell my father to do it in my house.
After awareness week on water, we reported all the leakages in the water supply system in the school like this, and till today there is no leakage in the water supply system and there is no wastage of water. In our school, we use water efficient flush in toilets. We constructed water harvesting sockets in the school for groundwater recharge. We are now using wastewater from wash area and the kitchen. This is the kitchen of our school. And the wastewater are used in the kitchen garden of our school. The water passes through a sand and gravel layer. Now our school sustainably use the water and conserve the groundwater.
As this groundwater awareness program and the sustainable use of water at the school level is successfully implemented in the school. The schools of the nearby region, teachers and the children of the nearby schools are highly motivated by this. They also want to do in their schools. Many thanks to my mentor Sarangs for his valuable suggestions and guidance regarding this project, and also my sincere gratitude to team BBIER and also EXD ExpertNet, and also many thanks to teachers and children of my schools for successful completion of this project, and thank you all.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. Now we move on to our last video of this session, that is Ms. Padmini's video. Ms. Padmini is a teacher in GD Goenka Public School in Siliguri, West Bengal. I would share her video.
GD Goenka Public School, Siliguri. And today we are going. Hello everyone, I am Padmini Maria Nayak and this is my school, GD Goenka Public School, Siliguri. And today we are going to go on a tour of my school. The project that I took up during this ESD leadership program was embedding sustainability into the curriculum. With the guidance and support of my mentor, Ms. Rajeshwari Garona, I was able to work on this. The managing members of the school, the director principal, chairman sir, and all stakeholders equally worked in bringing about a change in the way we look at things. Plans were put in place and lessons were conducted so that children and parents would be made aware of what sustainability is, what are the various goals, and how do we take this forward. How do we make sustainability a lifestyle?
We start with stakeholder mapping. The stakeholders were identified and meetings were held in the months of July and August to propose the project and discuss the way forward. Sharing with you just a short message by our Vice Principal to all stakeholders.
So what is it about G4 SDGs project? G, Goenkans, for SDGs. It's actually a 9-month-long project which has been initiated to promote and accelerate the United Nations Global Goals Agenda 2030. Adopted in 2015, the project is to accomplish these goals by 2030. So we, as promoters, are getting together at least twice a month to discuss global goals one by one and to share best practices that we can adopt, and realizes the importance of doing our part in creating a sustainable world, a sustainable future for you.
I am sitting amidst beautiful garden. This is the pre-primary section, and here the children spend most of their time where they run around in the lawn and they see the various birds, they hear their sounds, they try to imitate their sounds, and these are all a part of the curriculum that has been designed so that they're able to learn from nature, they're able to learn with nature. And sustainability has been a very important part of our life in this past year. We've been working round the clock on bringing about an awareness among students, parents, and teachers about what sustainability is and why it is so important that we all work towards a better tomorrow. One of the initiatives during this year of sustainability was the Grow Your Own Food campaign, an initiative that was started by the Student Council body. This is just an example of how the school has taken this project forward. And all this has come about because students, teachers, and all stakeholders have realized the importance of making the planet even more greener, even more beautiful for our children tomorrow.
An example of lifelong learning that we have taken up was the 30-day sustainable challenge. Every day, students were given a challenge, very simple task of turning off switches or taps when not in use, making sure that they use scrap materials and not waste paper, things like bringing their own bags and not carrying plastic bags wherever they go. So small acts were given to students on a daily basis and then surveys were recorded. Pictures also shared with parents and everyone around the community to spread awareness. The children took part in this very, very enthusiastically, and we can see the change in our students' lifestyle. What we believe is making sustainability a lifestyle, a way of living.
Goal number 4 talks about quality education to give equal opportunities to everyone to be able to read and write. The Group D staff of our school has been provided with this opportunity. We are proud to say we have 12 helping staff who are now nursery teacher trained. We also have the others who have been taught basic reading and writing. They've been taught some computer skills during the past 1 year so that they're able to express themselves both in the written and the oral form.
We empower inclusivity. We leave no one behind, that being our Goenkan motto. The project thus includes every member of the Goenkan community, ranging from students to all hostel staff and everyone doing their bit. The glimpses on your screen are the Group D staff who are learning to read and write, the drivers and gardeners who are also trying to live healthy lives by taking part in various yoga workshops. The school has been working on integrating projects. This project here on your screen is of a lesson by standards 3 and 6, where they were learning about shapes and area and perimeter. And we linked this to project number 11, where we make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. The global challenges are on a larger scale, but let's come up with some local solutions. The Grow Your Own Food campaign, a wonderful campaign that has now been successful in the school for the last 2 years. We started this with a very small kitchen garden. The school has also promoted affordable and clean energy by installing solar panels in the hostel wing. Both the boys and the girls hostel are now completely solar powered with a full running kitchen and bakery also running on solar energy and biogas. There were effective feedbacks that we received both from parents and students. Not all feedback was good, and therefore we did have word with parents. There were some parents who did not like the idea of having an additional project work that they had to work on. Explained to parents on phone calls and through emails and personal interactions about the need for sustainability and why very simple and small acts make a huge difference. We got their confidence.
I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Shamita and the entire team of Bharati Vidyapeeth Pune for giving me this opportunity to learn about the ESD and to be a part of the ESD network. Thank you so much to my mentor, Ms. Rajeshwari Gorona, for guiding me along through this entire program. Thank you for your encouragement and your constant guidance. Jai Hind.
Whoa, Padmini, that's really a very inclusive and a very whole school approach that we have seen through your project. I would request the chair to take this further, please. Dr.
Super.
Professor Rob.
All I can say is, wow, wow, wow. What an amazing representation of projects. And I made notes about here around learning and change projects with mentee leadership, working with mentoring partnerships and extending these partnerships through an inclusive style of working. I think these are really exemplary projects. Dr. Fayaz, you're working from naturally Dr. Ashita's idea of taking up the practical in your online engagement. And the particular aspect is the research aspect that was really strong there. Sarat, looking at the holistic school in community, I love the way that you started in the garden, and I wished I had a garden like that. I'm actually just putting in drip irrigation in my garden at the moment. The way you're working with handprints, the combining of the classroom and the learning actions, absolutely phenomenal. Well done. Dr. Deborah, the story of the California almonds, you must be in the same boat as me. I don't buy those almonds now because of the stresses that they produce for the poor bees. You know, how can you harvest so much pollen and not get the nectar? And it's a complete ecological disaster. And the way you carried that into food choices, the SDG practices, and the concept of sustainable transitionings. Please share your books more widely. I would love to be able to get them online and to be able to work from them. Arun, connecting mathematics, the joy and fun of it, absolutely phenomenal. The take up around food waste, very practical, because I've seldom seen the take up around food waste as a plus into energy and into the wider perspectives on that particular initiative. Vanish, the whole school campus as a textbook. We need campus textbooks all over the place, and the biodiversity park, closing the gap with inclusion of heritage and exchange. And I loved your upbeat wrap up at the end of that project. Dr. Virag, sustainability in schools, the Enviro Labs, working with the young learners and engaging the classes in the action learning, particularly the ICT and the book approach that you've actually managed to achieve. Abid, the waste challenge in the beautiful Kashmir. I love the contrast that you make, and particularly the way that you have started and embraced course-activated learning actions so that you can work remotely and online with partners who are learning with you together. Daninja, the livelihood skills, such an important, the one I would highlight particularly for the bridging into livelihoods. It's seldom included in 4.7. And transitioning through ICT, learning ICT for skills in the workplace, and actually preparing for the workplace, and then bringing new perspectives into the workplace, really an exemplary project. Rajresh, the groundwater, school and community, transitioning with conservation practices, including rainwater practice and recharging of groundwater, a really phenomenal engagement. Padmini, what a wonderful school you're at with the curriculum embedded inclusion of ESD. I particularly like the way that you'd work with all the stakeholders, engaging and mediating as you go along. So you're learning from, you're learning with, you're learning for nature, and so sustainability through the learning actions in the school. I didn't envisage today arriving in the dark, and now the sun is coming up here. I think the sun coming up here is shining through your projects. I have achieved so much learning, because when you're chairing a project like a program like this, you have to listen very carefully. You have to watch, so you can't switch off and go and have a cup of coffee. You have to actually stay with it. And I am so glad and I'm so grateful for the invitation that I got. I'd like to congratulate everyone involved. And I'd like to thank you for the learning that you have brought to me that I will be able to share with others. And I'm sure that the Engagement Global will be talking about this through Pukraj reporting back to them. What do you say, Pukraj, about the projects? Is Pukraj still with us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Rob.
As co-chair, I'm sure you've got some comments.
Yes, I'm just. It's just marvelous, the magnitude and the diversity of projects and the courses that everyone's worked upon. I have very little to say except that I'm just. I think it's a success for the whole group, for the network. And as you pointed out, Rob, in the very beginning, it's a learner-centered approach that we have always followed. So it's a journey for everyone. I mean, we have called this a conclusion event, yet it isn't conclusion of sorts because you continue with your projects. And we've seen how you've been empowering, engaging with your immediate surroundings, not just with your immediate surroundings, but also you're following this whole institution approach, which not just looks at the immediate surrounding, but also beyond the boundaries of your school, of your institution. So I just want to congratulate you all for having been part of this course, because it enriches us as an institution when we have such a diverse group of participants. And you're all leaders in your own way because you are leading the change wherever you are. So please do not see this as a conclusion. It's a journey we're all on, and I'm sure this movement gets bigger. I'm sure there will be more people joining in with the launch of the new program that Professor Shamita just announced at the beginning of this session. And I'm sure you would continue on this journey with ESD sustainability. So once again, congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much for being a part of this this course and this journey. Back to you, Rob.
Yes, well, the questions, I guess, have been answered. I'm sure we're running behind time. And we have one more part of the program still to come. I must make humble apologies. I have got someone arriving shortly, so I might have to leave the program. But I wouldn't like to leave before the rest of the program without actually thanking the manner in which everything is organized, because what I'm learning is at both levels, the ESD level and at the level of these new hybrid styles of sharing. You know, we don't have to travel. We can actually exchange and learn from each other. And I think that the way that you have put together this program today is really exemplary for the manner in which it has been shared, particularly the recordings of the and the slick way in which the program has been able to communicate. I have not lost interest or become tired because the variety and the pace of things have really been exemplary. So I'd like to then just close this session, thanking everyone, and particularly thanking Pukraj. It's lovely to have worked side by side with you after such a long time. And we look forward to more of this type of program as the ESD ExpertNet isn't supported from the center anymore. It actually is growing in the periphery. And the ESD ExpertNet is becoming this distributed network with many nodes of action, building the learning networks on a wider scale. Certainly that's what we're finding in South Africa. And I would like to stay in touch and continue the learning, particularly around the new program that you're about to launch. So back to the program director now with thanks after a really exemplary start to the morning sessions.
Thank you, Professor Rob. It was really wonderful of you to join, and it was really a very early morning there. And even Pukhraj, thank you for joining this webinar. We are also thankful to all our mentors who have joined and for guiding and making these projects a real great success. I'm thankful to all the mentees for their hard work and for all the learnings that they have put before us. So they are learnings for all of us too. So I think, Dr. Shamata ma'am, can we move on to the next session with this?
Yes, of course, Samriddhi, we can move on to the next session.
So with this, we move on to our session 2. I would really like to make an apology here for keeping you waiting, chair of this session, Dr. Prithvi Shna. I would like to now introduce Professor Dr. Prithvi Shna. We have him as chair today for this session, and we have, of course, Pukhraj as co-chair. Dr. Prithvi Shna is a well-known name in the field of geospatial technology and its application, as well as a known name in the field of application. So that's why we have him here for our session 2, which is on localizing the SDGs using geospatial technologies. Professor Dr. Nag has served as the director of the National Atlas and Thematic Mapping Organization, which we call as NATMO, of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. And he has also been the Surveyor General of India in the Survey of India. He has been Vice Chancellor of 4 universities: Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapeeth, Varanasi; Uttar Pradesh Rajashri Tandon Open University, Allahabad; DDU Gorakhpur University; and Sampurnanand Sanskrit Vishwavidyalaya, Varanasi. Besides that, he has been a senior visiting member of staff, School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and he has been a UN consultant in the Sultanate of Oman. So with this, I request Professor Dr. Prithvi Shna to take up the session.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I welcome the participant to the second session of this event, Leading the Way, Sustainability in Schools. The second session is Sustainability in School Program. There are several speakers here. I would like to welcome, of course, my co-chair, Mr. Pukhraj Chaudhary, my colleague from DST, Dr. Devapriya Datta, Dr. Shamita Kumar from the university, and Madam Lata Iyer from ESRI. It has been a very interesting topic. We have been discussing the geospatial technology, its application, and the forthcoming United Nations conference in different forums, but we never discussed at the school level. So the first time I am discussing, or I'm in an event which is concerning the schools. The sustainable development has been the focus of the first United Nations World Congress. The agenda was concerning that geospatial way to the better world, and that how the world can be transformed in a desirable way. That was the focus. Then in the forthcoming conference also, sustainability is still continuing. The sustainability issue is sustainable in both the events, and we can gather that it is a very important feature for us. Several developments are taking place, and we have to see in terms of these developments that how it is going to affect the sustainability issue at the school level. There were several events earlier where the sustainable issues at the global level were discussed. It may be the Earth Summit, Agenda 21, or Millennium Summit, or future of what we want, etc., etc. These issues were sustainable was there in that in one way or the other. But the more emphasis and the linkage with the geospatial technology has been given more emphasis this time. So we have to think that what is the 17 SDGs in which where we can focus on school, perhaps the fourth and fifth one, which talks about the quality education, gender equality, etc. Then there are 6 major goals were also there within this, and education was considered to be one of the important goals. Hence, sustainability and technology both were considered together. This is how we get a window where the geospatial technology can be introduced with sustainability at different levels, including at the global level. Then there is a uh, nationally at the national level, we talk about the Atmanirbhar Bharat. We talk about the $5 trillion economy, where also some indications are there to promote the geospatial technology. The forthcoming geospatial policy has also been draft policy has been also been issued, where things are more explicit. It talks about education, skill development, incubation of ideas, talks about the big data, geospatial sector, and knowledge, wealth generation, etc. Then several courses have been talked about. Special thinking among the students have been talked about. Then standardization of courses. All these things which are leading towards the geospatial technology at the school level. The pyramid structure has been proposed in the proposed geospatial policy, where again the school education also fits in there. So another development has taken place, which is the national education policy. Here, the new education policy, whole system has to be again recasted. So assessment of school, colleges, introduction of technology is there, and which should lead to the gross enrollment ratio, increase in gross enrollment ratio. Apart from that, the technology in this new education policy have been introduced everywhere. So that is also becomes important. So friends, keeping this in mind, the second United Nations conference, which is in October this year, we have been talking about the geospatial technology at different levels, including at the school level, the involvement of youths, which is very important, to highlight the involvement of youth for geographical information and capturing them youngest and listening to their voice. I was just hearing the presentation made, so which fits in the activities or the proposed activity of the forthcoming United Nations conference. And I'm sure some of the presentations here will make a place in the events which are likely to come in this October this year. So friends, a lot of efforts are being made by the government. These have to be brought together. It may not be exactly, these efforts may not be exactly hitting the geospatial technology school, but the promotion of geospatial technology is there in new education policy or in the forthcoming Congress or in other activities of the government. So friends, with my this initial remarks, now I would like to, as per the schedule given to me, I would like to request the Dr. Pukhraj Chaudhary to say something before I take up further. Dr. Chaudhary, please. Are you there?
Yeah, thank you, briefly, Dr. Nag. Thank you so much for this overview. I think what just came to my mind when we are talking about geospatial technologies and the use of them in a sustainable in the sustainability discourse here, we because we just had Dr. Rob with us. And one of the mentees who he also partly oversaw was someone who used something called Mini SAS geospatial database, which was a citizen science project in South Africa. And the institution, the NGO he worked with, they were recently, I'm not sure if you remember, they were recently flash floods in Durban, which resulted in heavy loss of human life and property. And especially where this NGO, where the mentee was working, because of the early warning system that they had developed using citizen science, they could avoid human loss in that case. Now, this is only talking about the, especially from the view of catastrophe management. Sorry, I'm using the German word for it, but I think it's important as we move towards, and I mentioned data because Professor Nag also talked about the big data. It is really, I mean, India has, thanks to COVID, it was a disruption which was unprecedented, but because of that disruption, we are far more equipped digitally. I mean, we cannot see the difference because even in Germany, even in a country like Germany, we have the digital divide, which continues to be a problem. Not all learners have the same access to technology. Now, during COVID, the government really tried to bridge that gap, but it's a long road until the last of learners have the best of devices to really connect and attend the digital classroom. But I think when we talk about geospatial information, it is really the digital currency, which even from the German government's point of view, or the German states which oversee the education portfolio, it is the digital currency for evidence-based decision making. And it is a critical component, as you pointed out, Professor Nag, and Professor Kumar has also mentioned it several times. As India moves towards, as any country moves towards the next milestone, being a bigger economy, being a knowledge economy that provides the blueprints of what happens where, and the means to integrate a wide variety of government services and to contribute to the economic growth. And India has been on that path towards the path of being a knowledge economy, towards connecting everyone, and seeing how how it all could contribute to sustainable and equitable social development, environment sustainability, and national prosperity. So it's multidimensional, and I'm glad that someone has taken the initiative here to really connect and not see geospatial information, geospatial technologies in isolation, because this is all which is key to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda. And I really hope that we can create enough momentum through the BIVIA and DST initiative here until the conference to really reach out to students, to learners, and see how we can use geospatial information to equip them with skills. And I see also a part of citizen science dimension into this, how the learners could be equipped with the necessary skills. And these aren't skills which can, again, it's from the session, from the first session, we talked about how we see sustainable development as something which is part and parcel of all the subjects. It has to be seen as part of every subject that is dealt with in the school and not as a standalone subject. And I would say the same for geospatial information and technologies, because as I said, it's part of the evidence-based decision making. And I would also encourage, because many of you also asked if we have materials and resources. One of our recent resources is also the systems thinking resource, which Professor Kumar also mentioned briefly. And I think the geospatial information enables learners and decision makers to also have the systems view of the problem and not see problem in isolation. It enables the learners to really connect the dots and arrive at decisions. So it's one of its kind approach, which has to be scaled up. And I think the materials that we have in the network and with the cooperation with DST and Bivia, I think we can really take it to the masses. We can really take it into the schools. So thank you very much, Professor Nag and Professor Kumar, for your kind words and introduction.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. You are right that India has to deal with big data only. There cannot be, if you want to sort out any problems, understand the country or understand any aspect of the country, you have to deal with the big data. We have been talking about not exactly your term system view, but the Indian geospatial ecosystem we have been talking about. So it almost means the same. Okay, now I would request Dr. Devapriya Datta, my colleague in DST, for his talk. But before that, I would like to introduce him in short. He has got a very big details are available with me, but I will make it short. Dr. Devapriya Datta completed his PhD from the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and joined the National Agriculture Research Service of the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. He was scientist in Central Soil and Water Conservation Research and Training Institute in Dehradun. Then he joined NRDMS division of Department of Science and Technology and rose up to the scientist F or director. And then he was also appointed as a counselor, science and technology in Indian Embassy in Washington during 2008 and 2012. Then he also handled India-US science technology cooperation policy projects and program level in the sectors of health, hygiene, etc. during September 2012 to 15. He also assumed the responsibility of director of Indo-French Center for Promotion of Advanced Research, a bilateral organization between India and France. Currently, he is advisor of Scientist G in DST, looking after several divisions. One is SEED, Science for Equity, Empowerment and Development, and one is State Science and Technology Program, and another is the National Geospatial Program. So he has got a varied interest. He has got several publications, and he is very well known in our field. So now I request Dr. Datta to make his presentation. Over to you, Dr. Datta.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nag, and thank you, Professor Kumar and Professor Chaudhary. It is an honor to be, introduced by the Dr. Nag, who is a doyen in this geospatial field in India. Since I'm running late, because at 2 o'clock I have another meeting. So without much ado, I will just, share my presentation, and the topic, what has been, to me is the, sustainability in schools, localizing the sustainable development goal using geospatial technologies, like what has been, told to me to. I think I shouldn't, discuss about this because the earlier sessions, part of it I was, listening to. So the main, the philosophy of the sustainable development is in, the balance between these three axes of the social, economic, and the environmental, as all of us know. Now the challenge is that how we really convert that into the reality at a different level. And I always say, the sustainable development as an idea, it is something like, as you are flying on the, in air. If you look it from the UN perspective, the 32,000, the feet view you get. As you, fly down at a national level, you see a 15,000 feet, the view. But the real sustainable development takes place at the 10 feet on the ground. And actually today, what we are discussing about to strengthen that 10 feet, how it is. And all of us know, these are the, the 17 the sustainable development goals. They are at, the 17 169 targets, 230 indicators at the global level. Now, coming from the, the spatial side, like the geospatial side, At a global level, UN, through its UN group of the Geoinformation Management, has developed this, the framework. At the bottom of it, you see here the Earth observation and monitoring for, like the common people. These are the data, the remote sensing, what you get from the remote sensing, and the like the other source of the data, the national spatial data infrastructure. Again, in a simple way, like as you collect the data from the different sources, how seamless make the data available to the the users. National statistics and the accounts, like as you said that there is a spatial data and there is a non-spatial data, especially from the statistical point of view. That's the way the governance work. So how like you integrate that, and from the other sources of the data, especially now with the the social media, like and other sources, the crowdsourcing, we are listening about the citizen science. So how those data can get got into the integrated, and then for the measuring these indicators. So as you see, that the data is a very important aspects in terms of the sustainable development. This is the Millennium Development Goal reports, which brought the like the importance of the data for the implementing the sustainable development goal. But again, I remember like as I present, like this is the 32,000 feet of view. Slowly, our like we will come near to the ground. So as you see from the geospatial point of view, all of us know that when we discuss about the geospatial, the aspects of that, like as Dr. Chaudhary was talking about, the core of is its integrations of different data from the different sources and generating the informations as well. So like, this is the, as all of you know, like since you're already presenting that this is basically the concept of the geographical information system in our mind, different layers of the data, integrating and generating the informations. So if we look at it from the point of the sustainable development goal, the location is the link between the society, the people, the business, the economy, and the environment. And in this context, since I understand that this is a, like mainly the congregations of the teachers and the mentors, I want to bring to you that please keep it in mind that there's science of the spatial thinking. Because why we are doing that, the like the geospatial, it is not a technology alone, it is not a tool alone. You are using the spatial thinking in the mind, spatial thinking, which the hippocampus in our brain, it talks about that the placing, the location, the direction is being given by the subiculum, and the entorhinal the grid cell that in the within a larger context it locates. So the spatial cognitions, please try to understand if we really want to orient a person who is either a student or a grown-up, we have to understand that that part of the brain which thinks spatial. The other important from the point of view of the like these transitions, the data, like which generally we understand from the geospatial, the technology collects, converting them into informations using your intelligence and the knowledge, and using that for different purposes. As Dr. Chaudhary was talking about, that it was mainly for the evidence-based decision making. Probably like initially, at least in the context of India, when the geospatial ecosystem started developing, it came back after India's IRS, the 1 year launch in 1988. And though we have the old, I think the oldest, the mapping agency in the world, that Survey of India, but the real trust came with our, the remote sensing program. So this, the total conversions or the development of the India's current geospatial, the ecosystem, depends upon like this pathway. As of all of you like like this is the technologies, database, remote sensing UAV for collecting data, geographical information system for generating information, GPS for getting your like the locations, and internet and information systems for the sharing the data. Now in the context of the SDG, again, like looking from the 32,000 feet view, there are global indicators like which has been developed of SDGs, which has been developed by the the UN. Now coming down to the 15,000 the feet view at the national level, in here that the Niti Aayog, like which which coordinates all the SDG related the activity. But the Ministry of Statistics and the program implementation, the MOSPI, and many of the sub-national governments, mostly, they work together in generating the national indicator framework for the SDG. So as you see here, that is, these are the different from the global indicators that the national indicators has developed, as you can see here in the context of the goal 2 ending the hunger. Like these are the national indicators. Similarly, for the goal 6, for the availability, the sustainable management of the water sanitations, these are the the draft the indicators. Then there are goal 9, similarly goal 11, goal 14. My objective is not to go into that, but to inform you that there is a national level, the SDG indicators are available. Now, the main issue is from the national level to the localization of the SDG. What is the main motivation? A technology usage should have a larger trigger and the motivation. It is not the technology per se. Why we need that type of an SDG localization? If you look into the left-hand side into the India's knowledge ecosystem, India recently in terms of the global innovation index has risen from 81 to 46 last 5 years, 6 years. But at the same time, on the right-hand side, if you look into the human development index, India is stagnant. That means the technology needs to be brought it into the context of human development, and the core of it is the SDG is that. The sustainable development goal at now, I'm like as we are coming to the 10-feet level, it is not only to monitor the development from 15,000 or 32,000 feet. It is at the 10 feet to bring that the sustainable, the concept of the sustainability, where the society improves at a sustainable level of the consumptions to generate the economic activity, but keeping an the alignment with the environment. You cannot forget that the environment and when you are generating your the economic activity. And today what you are trying to discuss here or there about is the strengthening of the sustainable development goal 4, which talks about that how sustainability can be an integrated part of your quality educations. Please try to remember what I'm trying to develop about the geospatial and the spatial aspect is only one aspect of it. So now I think before going to this the last part, I just want to share with you, like this is our experience, that how this spatial component can be integrated into the education. We have some, the experience what we did in the Department of the Science and Technology, and I just somehow it is not working. Okay, what to do, like I will just go out of it, and I want to share with you with the resources that's like really, which could be some some sort of an help for you. This is a program we developed in 2004. This is for the creating awareness about the geospatial in everyday life. This was the objective, was basically for how in the mind of the young mind you can inculcate the idea of the speciality, especially like the objective here is to strengthen the concept of the map to ground and ground to map. For that we took 10 schools in 10 districts of 4 states of the India, and we generated a resource, the material. We gave them resource material in terms of the Survey of India's map, in which their school is located, as well as a remotely sensed the imagery of the same area. And then we gave them a GPS and the altimeter and this resource book. This resource books, we tried to give them the idea about that how the location or the speciality is important. Like this is a just I will go through because there is not much time. Like this was a more of a storytelling matter of the what is locations. Like this is we start in like the concept of the directions, that how you can give the direction. Then in terms of skill, like how you measure a distance on the map, then what is large scale and what is a small scale map, then measuring distance on the maps. Then like give them what are the map features, what are the contours, like how do you measure, the generate contour measures the contours, that, and then where are we, the location, the concept of the locations, the latitude longitude concept in a very the simple way. Then we give them the idea about the types of the maps, the different, what are the different spatial patterns, how surveying is done, then mapping from the ground, then mapping from above, like this is the remote sensing was introduced to them, that how you do the aerial photography, then what is remote sensing, how you the remotely sensed the data, how you now can link it with your the map, like this the GPS and the accuracy point of altimeter, like which was given to them. What is GIS? It was introduced to them. Then what are the layers in the GIS? And then we came into the geography in everyday life, like how it empowers you to solve your the everyday life's the problem by using this. Because unless and until you really can attract the students by doing it, the joy of doing the geospatial at a part of the education, it will be very difficult to introduce them to this idea. So this is an example, like by knowing the contouring, how you can find the highest area when there is a the flood around you. So what, like in that context, what causes flood, how you do the mapping, and then how can you find it, like the location. Similarly for the drought and these things, then at the end we introduce them to the other concept that what are relevant to them, and then we give them basically like at the end some of the activity, like this activity, that how you can map your the classroom, your schools, so that really the concept of this the location, the distance, and the importance of the distance in their day-to-day life can be inculcated in that. So this is an examples, like this was done in 2004, and after that technologically the understanding has also improved a lot. I just want to share with you, like this type of by knowing this type of thing, that what advantage you can bring, like really at a the livelihood level. This is an example, like we did it there is an example, like in the context of non-governmental organizations, that in this is an example of Uttar Pradesh. There is a part of the Uttar Pradesh which is always flood prone. So there is an NGO, they introduced the multi-tier farming and the vegetable farming, because that's the growth. By first doing that, they the contour mapping, and by like this was done in collaborations with the local school as well as the local community, so that the knowledge and the practice gets included, and that 10-foot level of the sustainability gets strengthened in that point of view. So like as a result, there is a loss of the reductions in terms of the the climate change. So what it brought is a resilience at the community level, and in terms of the SDGs, they have not only adopted the technology, the income increased, which is addressing the SDG 1, soil erosion reduced and the soil moisture maintained, like which is in terms of the SDG 6, and like so all these different SDGs what you are seeing, like that was being addressed. So my like as Dr. Nag was talking about, and I want to take an advantage of this forum, where really the tutors are there, and each tutor is a mentor from X number of the students. This is an opportunity that the India is organizing the second United Nations World Geospatial Information Congress, which is this type of an the event, the second time organized by the UNGGIN. The first was in China in 2018, and that was a pre-COVID world. Now it is a post-COVID world. Here we are trying to promote this theme, geo-enabling the global village. No one should be left behind. And the UN wants to, the focus on two community. One is the youth, and the second is the disadvantaged sections of the, the society. And we want to highlight, like, when we bidded for this, the pitch, what we talk about, that the human aspects and the human development aspects of the geospatial the data and the informations. So as a result, like, we are going to organize this congress. Like, there is a core sessions and there will be exhibitions, but in between we want to do an Indian geospatial ecosystem. I also suggest that, like, as you are working in as a group, why don't you put up, like, a sessions on students as sustainability, the sustainability citizens. And like, this will be whatever the activity we're doing through this network. I think that would be a very good the forum to disseminate it to the world, and can get many number of the partners in that. So thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope that I could give you a little bit of the 10,000 feet the view, what needs to be strengthened through the wonderful job what you are doing. Thank you again. Sir, you have to unmute. Sir, you have to unmute, sir. You have muted, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Datta, for your interesting presentation, telling us what DST has done earlier and now what DST is intending to do in the forthcoming United Nations World Congress, particularly the involvement, the possible involvement of students and schools. So that is an important component. We have been discussing this in the meetings, but here we have showed how the students can be considered as a sustainable, considered as sustainable citizens. So that part is extremely important, and perhaps the listeners here will take it seriously and do something to showcase what are their activities and what are their involvement in this major event which is forthcoming.
Yes, sir. Since I have another meeting, if anyone has any questions for maybe 2 minutes, I'm open to that, because at 2 o'clock I have another meeting. Yeah.
Anybody? Any queries?
Anyone has questions, please write it in the chat box or in the Q&A section so that Dr. Datta can answer.
Okay. At present, any questions? One or two? Quick and sharp. Okay. There is nothing. Dr. Datta, thank you very much on behalf of the organizers and on my behalf also.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Now we move to the next speaker. Next speaker is Dr. Samita Kumar. Everybody knows, but still formally I have to introduce her in this event as well. Dr. Samita Kumar is a professor and vice principal of Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Environmental Education and Research of this university. She has a master's and doctorate in environmental science and has an expertise ranging across the field of conservation, geospatial technologies, education for sustainable development, etc. She is also a regular guest faculty at the University of Cologne in Germany, a recipient of prestigious Fulbright Fellowship, DAD Fellowship. She has implemented more than 15 projects as the principal investigator and is a member of ESD Expert Net. Currently, she spearheads the activities of ESD Expert Net in India and is also a coordinator of the project management unit, coordinating the DST's National Geospatial Capacity Building Program, which we are involved in. Recently, she has been selected as one of the most, among the 75 top women in STEAM by the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor, Government of India and British High Commission, and will be featured in the book She is 75 Women in STEAM on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of India's independence. Congratulations to you, Dr. Professor Samita Kumar. I will also request you to make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Nag. I think Dr. Datta has really set the tone with, I loved his words, the 10 feet view. I mean, that's exactly what we are doing, when we talk of sustainability in schools. So it's the 10 feet view that really counts. And in this presentation today, I'd like to unveil two things as we go along. and talk about the upcoming initiative that we have planned for sustainability in schools. So allow me to share my screen.
Yeah, please. Since you are the organizer, so you understand the time constraint.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm going to keep it short, shorter than what I know initially intended as well.
Okay.
So good afternoon once again, everybody. And I'm happy that you have stayed, throughout the morning, where I would like to introduce this Pan-India initiative that we sort of, intend to initiate this month. It's already running in different aspects of bringing in this 10 feet view to initiating sustainability in schools. Just to give you an overview, of India's journey so far, I mean, if you look at it, between 2005 and 2014, globally, it was the UN decade of ESD. But in India, it was during this decade that EE, that is environmental education, became mandatory, thanks to the efforts of Mr. Mehta and the Supreme Court intervention in India, both at the school level and at the undergraduate level, where a compulsory core module on environmental studies was launched. So the world moved towards ESD and we had started our journey towards EE. So in 2015 came the Sustainable Development Goals and globally the Global Action Program, which did not have a huge uptake in India, but the SDGs definitely did. And closer to 2020, we had, of course, globally the ESD 2030 program, and in India, the new education policy. What I see is huge synergies between ESD 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, and our national education policy that we as educators can really leverage for bringing in this, very local level 10 feet view into our school program as well. For those of us who are familiar with the development, this does not come as a surprise. But for others, one could really see here how the approach of the Sustainable Development Goals really differs from the Millennium Development Goals that ran until 2015. The crux is here. The focus is on citizen-generated data, on more open data, and focusing on the three dimensions of social, economic, and environmental development. And I think this is where schools have a really huge role to play, especially one can gauge this from the examples that Dr. Datta gave from the ground level. So we are all familiar with this, but what we need to understand is that it's not enough to have the goals. It's essential to also measure the progress of the goals. And we have 232 indicators that have been set out, all of which needs huge data. There are indicators yet for which data sources have not been identified. And we are still playing with what kind of data can be used to actually measure these indicators. And now we shift the focus, to say, okay, where does ESD fit into this entire process? The first is, of course, in raising the awareness about the goals themselves. The fact that the goals provide a very solid roadmap, is something that each and every citizen of the country must be aware of. The second is in promoting this contextualized understanding. What does SDG mean to me personally? What does it mean to my school? What kind of opportunities do the SDG throw up as a professional? So this is something that needs to be really mainstream. And third is building capacities, building competencies, critical thinking, problem solving, enabling each and every citizen of the country to move towards the achievement of the SDGs. SDGs today are mainstreamed, across sectors. And it's extremely essential that students do have the skills necessary to be able to be a part of this process. Now, is this very different? I mean, is it very different from education? Are we going to do something which is a burden to the teachers and to the schools? I don't think so, because if you look at what ESD mandates, it talks about building knowledge, skills, and values to create a sustainable world. Now, is it really different from what the NEP mandates? Because the NEP also says it sort of focuses on equal access to education, on holistic, inclusive learning, transdisciplinary learning, based on inquiry, discovery, multidisciplinary approach, and competency based. I see that there is a very close correlation between the two mandates, and NEP is ESD and ESD is NEP. It's basically the same thing. So to us as teachers, it's important to see how we leverage this policy environment that we have, a very strong, very forward-looking document that our NEP is, and say, okay, I mean, Dr. Ishita really set the tone this morning by saying that several initiatives are in progress. And currently, we both do EE as a separate subject at the primary level and infusing it at the secondary level. But what we have seen this morning is a lot of local projects that have been done by our mentees of the leadership program, using both an infusion approach and a whole institution approach to embedding these concepts within the curriculum. NEP talks of transforming learning practices, and this needs capacity building of teachers to be able to see, this holistic whole of trying to see of how these different methods, they really integrate with each other. The example given by Dr. Deborah Datta of using the almonds of California is a fantastic example of an inquiry-based learning, integrating both the social, economic, as well as the environmental aspects. We need to have much more examples, of those kind of issues. And lastly, through this kind of pedagogy, building the skills that can bring about a societal transformation. And never mind if the transformation is at the level of the child. I mean, that's how all transformation begins. It begins with us as individuals and our own ability to motivate and increase our circle of influence. I mean, that's what we need to really achieve. And in this, again, 4.7, which Dr. Ishita talked of in the morning, is the key, because we explicitly have SDG goal 4.7 that looks at promoting sustainable development, sustainable lifestyles, and is inclusive of human rights, gender equality, peace, and non-violence. So it's all there. So we have this policy framework there to be able to use it and incorporate it within our curriculum and build these much needed skills, anticipatory competency, a collaborative competency, because collaboration is the only way forward in the world that we are living in. Developing problem solving abilities. It's developing the ability to see the whole picture, understanding the impact of our decisions on the whole and not from a very narrow, worldview. So what's the role that geospatial technologies therefore plays? I mean, Dr. Datta has already highlighted it very beautifully. These technologies, they help us measure, they help us visualize, they help us see, and seeing helps us to make better decisions. I mean, the power of maps is really incredible. And with this comes collaboration, comes discussion, comes problem solving, comes critical thinking. So making it a very, very important tool in our 10-foot view from the geospatial side, looking at sustainable development or sustainability in schools. And basically, it also fosters this very important spatial thinking skills, which I'm sure all of us have seen what a map can do to our decision, So this is something that it fosters. So as school teachers, what is this program, all about that we really want to launch? So firstly, we would begin with a teacher training program and a volunteer training program. Our idea is to initiate this program in interested schools across India, through the various connections that we have, and support each school with a volunteer. And volunteers are people who have expertise and a working knowledge of GIS. We're not looking at a very high level of GIS knowledge, but something that a volunteer has to be able to integrate both the SDG goals, using the geospatial tools. So as part of the DST program that I run, we already have a portal that has a lot of exercises and data using open source software. So this is something that's there for schools which are pretty advanced and can take this up. But for those, who are still sort of beginning with, we have something else. And I'm really happy to share with you this beta version of our ESD ExpertNet India website. So within this website, we have a section on sustainability in schools here. And under this particular tab, there is ability for schools to upload the change projects that they would be doing, with respect to use of geospatial technologies in localizing the SDG goals. This particular web page has also got all our resources which are freely available and can be downloaded. So it will be live in another 15 days, and then you can easily access this. So this is going to become the forum, the portal through which we would like schools all across India to interact with each other and share the learnings or share the projects that they have been implementing, much like the projects that you saw earlier in the day today. We're also in the process of putting out a manual that's fosters spatial thinking in localizing the SDGs. I'd just like to give you a small glimpse of what kind of exercises the manual will contain. So let's say that we look at goal 1, which is no poverty. And if you look at this goal of no poverty, it has got several targets. Target 1.1, which looks at eradicating poverty in all its sense. So poverty could be in terms of access to food or access to education or access to housing. So there are various dimensions of poverty. So the second one, looks at policy frameworks. It looks at housing. So it looks at access to social welfare schemes. So there are various different indicators. Now think of it. Normally a government will do the MOSPI will do sort of a survey, a house-to-house survey, or access some kind of digital data if it's available to see, okay, who are the beneficiaries of this scheme. But what if the students of a particular village could say, is my village, is my town, or is my locality for that matter, achieving the sustainable development goals? Can I measure goal 1 in my locality? Right? The target is that. Getting the students to see, is their little village or is their little locality really meeting the sustainable development goals? So if you look at this, what we have planned is activities at 3 levels within this manual. So the first level is simple mapping, where they map what is available. For example, can I map all the Pakka houses in my village? Can I map all the earthquake resilient houses in my village? Can I map beneficiaries of the Jan Dhan Yojana in my village or the Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana in my village? Yeah, and then visualizing it. So we are using completely free and open source tools in this, but visualizing the next level is when you visualize, you see patterns, and then these patterns foster discussion, collaboration, and transdisciplinary learning, moving learning out of the school into the real world. And at the level 3 is then analysis. So trying to say, okay, which houses in my village have the potential to say have solar panels? Yeah. So simple exercises that like these, and I'm just going to share with you sort of what goes into the manual. So every goal that we deal with, will have software and tools that could be used. And here we have kept in mind that although COVID has accelerated the uptake of digital devices in India, it's still basically mobiles. And most of the exercises that we have now designed, they focus on the use of mobiles. So, providing questionnaires, implementation of simple ideas, brainstorming, using Google Plus codes, using the school GIS that's there in Bhuvan, which is basic but very useful. And yeah, so for example, this is an example of activity 1, which says geotagging your home. So just using this full GIS that has been developed by ISRO Bhuvan, we get a student to geotag their home, a simple exercise that can be done on the mobile as well, as a starting point. So if you look at this particular exercise, it says locating the households where no electric facility is available. So again, this goes down to mapping and saying, okay, which houses in my village do not have electricity? And here again, we will use Google Earth, a simple tool that's easily accessible to, all. So there are more, open source tools. For example, GPS Essentials is a fantastic tool for, getting in location-based data. And this is something also that we propose or have used in the manual. So it's very illustrative. It's a step-by-step guide of how a teacher can take a student through, through these entire processes. An example of a level 2 activity. So classify the buildings which are suitable for installation of the solar panel, based on certain parameters. And for these parameters, again, there are certain mobile apps which are available, which we've integrated here. For example, Clear Sky Calculator or Wind Speed Meter Air Direction, or Epicollect 5. So all of these simple mobile-based tools that can be used to collect the data, map, and visualize and come up to a decision. So another one is, for example, grouping at a level 3, like mapping earthquake resistant buildings. How do you do a survey? So right from building a database to attaching the database to location, visualizing it, and fostering a discussion. The key highlights is that we will only focus on open source software so that it's available to schools across. The major focus is on use of mobiles, although for certain activities, a laptop or a desktop may be needed if a school has it, but otherwise, even if school students have mobiles, it's good enough and we can go on. We will provide a step-by-step guidance through this manual training, both online and offline. And in certain states, we are planning offline workshops, but otherwise the online training program will be accessible to all. We put out a call for volunteers, and we have got more than 150 volunteers who are ready to work with mentoring the schools. I mean, that's fantastic. So we will like to attach a mentor to every school who can, guide them through the process. And of course, we now have a web portal where you can upload the videos of your change projects. Let's say you documented the zones where an indigenous plant is found, or a particular bird is found, or you map diversity of crops. Or you map diversity of farming practices. Each one of these relates to the SDGs, and each one of these relates to geospatial technologies. And each one of these has the opportunity to build collaboration skills, problem-solving skills, critical thinking skills. So with this, I would only just say, I would really like to invite you to travel with us on this journey together so that really no one is left behind. Thank you very much. Over to you, Professor Nath.
Professor Nag, you're muted. Can you please unmute yourself?
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Kumar, for your interesting presentation, trying to link the new education policy with the SDGs and the other activities which you are promoting, and how the volunteers and the teachers can be involved for a bigger and greater goal. Would you like to take questions here, or we'll do it later?
I'm happy to wait till, we are there till the end, so we can carry on with
the
next
so I move to the third presentation by Madam Lata Iyer. She will be talking about geospatial technology for schools. And let me have the pleasure of introducing her. Madam Lata Iyer works as an advisor education, K-12, I don't know what it means, of ESRI. Lata Iyer specializes in integrating planning in post-disaster rehabilitation, understanding of water and its management in rural and urban settings, and application of remote sensing and special technologies in landscape assessments for biodiversity conservation, flood mitigation, and minimizing human wildlife conflict. Currently, as an advisor to ESRI India, she is working on adoption of geospatial technologies in the school. And this is the right topic which she will be talking about. In any case, I would like to mention that ESRI has produced very good books on different aspects of geospatial technology and applications as well. So if somebody has the access to these books, you will have an idea that what the ESRI software can do. Over to you, Madam Iyer. Madam Maya, are you there?
Lataji, you're muted, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Dr.
Go
Nag.
ahead.
Thank you,
Go
Dr.
ahead.
Kumar.
Go ahead.
I will try to be as fast as possible because I guess it's 2 o'clock already and we were supposed to finish at 1:30. I'll share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, go ahead. You can.
Yes. So I think rather than summarizing what I've heard, because I think a lot of what I've heard so far has resonance in what we are doing as well. So I'll just move straight to the presentation itself. So our goals are very similar. We started with the goals of fostering critical thinking in children, creating awareness about geographies around them. So basically starting from the surrounding area to from the small, the immediate to the global level, because it's easier for us and also for children to start with things they can identify with, that they have some knowledge about. So creating awareness about the resources they use and consume and throw, for example, water, food, waste, etc. And of course, through this whole process, introduction to and proficiency in geospatial technologies. So the goals are very similar to what has been listed earlier. So how do we do that? Basically, we realized early on that you have to go from what they are already doing, because any activity that's introduced that's outside the purview of what they are doing has a longer time being assimilated. So augmenting existing areas of study, such as geography and environmental education that's already there, to augment that through whatever resource we have. Then tap into their curiosity about what is happening in the world and things in their immediate surrounding, and basically use their fascination for digital technology and addiction to social media. I found out to my surprise that a lot of the children around me were much more proficient in social media and Instagram and all that than I could ever be. So one of the things that probably is a way to get into their space is through the social media as well, which we haven't really, I think the geospatial world and even people who are working in the field of introducing geospatial in schools have not quite used the social media part. And we thought that that is something that we want to do as well. So what we have been doing is developing some content, some of it tied to the curriculum itself, some of it supplemental to the curriculum, and curriculum that is appropriate to the level of understanding and also culturally appropriate for the student, and that leads to further exploration. So basically going from the known to the unknown, focusing on understanding relationships and spatial patterns. Of course, that's the core of geospatial technologies. So what is where, why is it there, why does it matter? So that's the path. So not enough just to know what is where, but then to start questioning why it is there, and then questioning how it impacts my life and the life of others. So what are some of the impediments in moving forward? One of the impediments, at least I have found in my work, is the fact that the teachers are pretty much caught up in their curriculum and exams. It's all geared towards the curriculum and the exams, and anything outside of it is an additional burden. Second is lack of motivation. A lot of these teachers are motivated to just finish the curriculum and are not so motivated to do anything other than what the curriculum has. And of course, a lack of time. I mean, teachers are a very time-stressed commodity in general. They have many things that they have to take care of. And there is very little time, most of the time, outside of that framework to do anything other than that. So these are some of the impediments I find from the teacher side. I think digital divide is something that has already been covered in the discussion so far. We have only 24% households who have internet connectivity, and very small percentage have a computer and an internet. Only 12% government schools have internet facilities, and 30% have functional computers. And very small number of children have access to computers. Basically, even the schools that have computers, the access is pretty limited. You know, they have a computer lab or something, and then they have one class, one period in a week sometimes where they go to the lab and do something. Other than that, even the really jazzy schools that talk about digital classroom and all, it's all a one-way street. The teacher presents something in a digital classroom which is showed on the screen, and most of the learning is somewhat passive in that sense. The children themselves do not get their hands onto doing something themselves on the digital medium. So that is a big impediment, especially when you're getting into exploration and all. There has been a lot of talk about, you know, going out and collecting information, but, you know, children have to be led to want to collect that information. If you say, go collect this thing or that, most of the time they're not interested. They do it because the teacher says so. But when the tool is in their hands and they are able to explore it, then we are talking about something else. So what are we doing? We are actually just providing resources. So basically, we have a K through 12 bundle, which is software and access to our online platform. By the way, everything that we do for the K through 12 realm is completely free, in the sense that whatever resources we put in terms of software, in terms of anything else, even human resources, we are not in the business of trying to monetize it. And for the simple reason that this is our payback to our community. So we are offering all our software. The entire suite that we have of our software is free for schools that can use it. The other thing that we are doing is we are creating content. So we are creating content that is, I mentioned earlier as well, tied to curriculum and supplemental to curriculum. And what else we are doing is we are supporting organizations that are, or schools that have shown an interest in adopting geospatial technology. So we do workshops for them, webinars, we do teacher training sessions in the use of, actually in preparing lessons for the children. And we also do some mentoring based on a case-by-case basis. So those are the things we are doing. I'll go to, you know, what are those resources now? So we have an online platform which is called ArcGIS Online. And in fact, schools or not, it is a platform that's available for every individual actually in the world. The functionality is limited for those who do not have a subscription to it through a paid this thing, except for schools, there is no payment. So the entire suite is available for schools without any, so all capabilities that even a multinational company is using or can use because of its money power can be used by our schools, all the schools. So in that line, we have something called an ArcGIS story maps. Later on, I'll show some story maps to demonstrate what I'm talking about. Then we have something called the Living Atlas of the World, which is basically a lot of data, including India data that is out there for people to use for their projects, to create story maps and things like that. Then we have a tool called ArcGIS Survey 123, which is similar to the one that Dr. Kumar mentioned. You can go out, collect information, except this one, and it probably is similar. I do not know the one that she had talked about, but this one does the same thing. Basically, it encodes the geolocation, and as you collect that information, it gets shown on a map. And so you can collect information and immediately it becomes a GIS, if you will, and it can then be used for analysis, map making, what have you. And of course, many of the children in the world are using it right now. This is just a small slide to say in all the different fields where this particular technology is being used in schools. So for problem solving, so project based, one or two schools have adopted it for doing some projects using GIS. There are clubs, GIS clubs exist, a few of them. Then of course there is something that is coming from our side, so which is some apps, some storytelling, and we have put the slide in here of introduction of contemporary subjects such as AI and artificial intelligence and design thinking, but those are primarily being used more at the university level rather than at the schools level. So here are some of the examples that we have. So if I use, how do I minimize this window?
Ma'am, you can press R.
So this particular one, the one called Mountaineering, this is a story map. And it is actually, I don't know if any of you know that 5th standard of the NCERT has one, I don't know if it's 5th standard, 5th standard has a chapter on mountaineering. It is something that is told, the story is being told from the eyes of someone who climbed a mountain. So this is an ancillary, this ties to that curriculum. So what a story map is, it's a way to present a certain topic with all the different mediums possible. So visual, audio, and then through maps. So in this one, for example, there are all these tools by which you can rotate, you can see, and then there's a story that goes on, what happens, how do you set up camp? What does a camp look like? What does a group leader do? This is all coming from their curriculum. And then the map of, the camp itself and, how they climb to the summit. This is, and then, the gear is explained, so it's basically augmenting, tying it to the curriculum, but providing a little extra to the curriculum. So for example, the part here about slings and, all of, so slings and height, all this sleeping bags and all that, these are, the extras, so to say, from the curriculum. Then the story continues about, the mountaineering. Then you have, and of course, if I play this, I think it's not going to be, but you have audio visual information that's embedded in it. Another one, I won't play that. Then you have something where you come to a map here, where there is a little instruction out here that tells you how they could play around with this map. So some of the peaks are marked here, and the students can themselves look at it, zoom in, zoom out, and see the context of where where the peaks are, then rotate the and see the elevation. There are a whole bunch of tools that are provided for exploration. And then, of course, we go to each one and continue with the story of each of the peaks. And I'll go through this thing really quick. And then it ends with some more resources and some more information and other story maps or other resources that the student could explore further. So this is one of the story maps that is tied to the curriculum itself. Now, if we look at the this one, actually, I shouldn't have clicked on it. This is one on the diversity of languages. This is supplemental. The mountaineering one alludes to languages and different kinds of languages. They have some activities. And this one, takes on further and, talks about the different languages in India and, their origins, what each language sounds like, for example. So you have information. Then, if you click on this button here, I can hear it, you cannot, but it plays a certain, a certain phrase in a particular language. So basically experiential learning through maps as well. So when you're talking about Tamil Nadu, it goes to Tamil Nadu and you can see, and then there are some other information. Then Hindi, the Hindi belt in India. And so then, and towards the end, there are some mapping exercises where you can zoom in and you can click on something, you can get more information. So even if I click here, for example, I'll get some information about, in Bankura, 3 languages. So, and it's a district level data. So three languages are spoken as mother tongues. Bengali is 90.7%, Santali is 8%, Hindi is 1.2%. So it all feeds off of live data. So regardless of whether the student goes to this resource this year or the next, the data constantly change. So we don't have to update the data itself. It is feeding off of live data. So this is another one of those. Then these are some of the other resources that are actually available for all ages, but students can use them as well. So if I go to, I have trouble with navigating, but so diversity. Is there a way to move the bar? Okay. So if you have so this is the Living Atlas of the World. And it has a lot of information, maps that, provide information in the form of, and anybody who goes through one of our resources would immediately know how to operate, otherwise also. And this has a lot of information at the global level, at the national level, at the local level. And it's constantly being augmented with more information. And I won't go through the others. They are similar in nature, different, but the idea is the same. Through a story or through a map, expose the user to the wonders of the world, so to say, or the socioeconomic condition of the world. There's one on Rohingya crisis in life in camps that has geospatial technology embedded into it. Here are some of the examples with when we worked with students in schools. I think the screen is probably small and probably can't see, but through this process, introducing concepts of math and then you have history. I think I should probably show one of the maps of one of our students who used geospatial to create a story map. So it was in a project-based environment. So the student themselves digitized. So if you go here, so if you go through the thing, the whole story of the history of India is demonstrated through map. So the points are digitized by the student, the different sites are marked. Then you have this different civilization, where they were, and the different sites that are found over there, then more information about them on the left. So it's in the form of a story map. We all know that we all love stories. So it is through stories that all of this is exposed to the student. So I'll skip through the examples. I will go to my next point. So we have story maps, we have created resources for the immediate, to the curriculum, then outside of the curriculum, and then the larger world, and things that are accessible to everyone, also accessible to the students. This is on global stuff, on air pollution in India. Some of these story maps have been created by the children themselves, some of them created by the teachers, some of them created by us. So in our, this thing, we have also certain do-it-yourself kind of portals as well. We have a register, learn yourself, learn.arcgis.com. You can attend online courses. We can have a workshop for the teachers or the students. We also have a portal for teaching, for teachers to access, and there are lesson plans and things like that over there. Then we have some lessons and activities that we have put together. Also, you can create your own lessons using either our help one-on-one or attending one of our sessions. So another very important thing is, I think everybody has mentioned it again and again, which is that, there is a lot of space for everyone in this realm. And, we have barely scratched the surface in terms of, geospatial technologies in schools. And so we believe that collaboration is the key. So working with schools, providing training to teachers, working with those who are bridging the digital divide, because, that's a big impediment. I think Dr. Datta mentioned it also. And then networks that promote sharing of experiences, between educators, between students, and promoting collaborations. So those are some of the things that we are working on, and that we hope to collaborate with the people in this forum, not just the panelists, but also the people who are attending or listening in. We're happy to work with whoever is willing to work with us. And I want to say one last thing, which is also that there is a lot of emphasis on open source. And so we are not in the business of promoting our technology. We use our technology because that's the technology we know best. But the whole intention is to promote the concepts and the ideas rather than focusing on how the software works or how you can do this or that or that. So with that, I think I may have come to the last slide. Yeah. So that's, I tried to keep it short. I can talk a lot, but I won't. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions, yeah, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Madam Pratap, for your presentation regarding geospatial technology for schools. You have discussed about the activities which you are handling and how things can be done, free software, what ArcGIS can do, online platform, the living atlas of the world, etc., etc. So as per the schedule now, there are 10 minutes for question and answer, but the question will be in the chat box. The questions are there, then it will be put to me for inviting the speakers to reply to it. So the organizers, please, if there are any questions in the chat box.
No, they have been answered. There were some questions, but we have answered them in the process. So okay. They were mainly related to the events that you are going to have regarding training of the volunteers and the school teachers that you're going to have in Sustainability in Schools program. So we've answered them as much as possible.
Okay. Now, in that case, I would request Dr. Pukhraj Chaudhary to give his concluding remarks, please. Mr. Chaudhary, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nag, and thank you, Ms. Aya, for the insightful presentations. I think I would really pass on the baton to Dr. Kumar to conclude this session and today's webinar. But just a few words. I think what really what we saw today, what was really implemented or what is being implemented by the participants of the ESD leadership program, and what Dr. Datta also clearly highlighted, it is really enabling the learners and capacitating them. And that's also a challenge that we are faced with when we deal with, as an institution, with the German states, and to really and to really focus on the transformative side of education. And COVID has made it possible to really take that leap. Once again, thank you very much to everyone, and I hope that we see each other again in the run-up to the UNWGIC. So over to you, Dr. Kumar.
Thank you.
Dr. Nag, sorry, I'm sorry. Over to you, Dr. Nag.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for your concluding remarks. I would like to also mention, before I request Dr. Samita Kumar to give her concluding remarks, that whatever I mentioned initially, it has been elaborated by the three speakers in one way or the other. The new policies which are coming up, the geospatial policy, the new educational policy, then the United Nations activities, and the other global activities are going on, which in one way or other, they try to promote the sustainable development goals at school level. But the application of geospatial technology, that is the challenge for us. And a lot of activities are going on, which means it is getting accepted by the schools, by the teachers, and by the students as well. So there are potentials, there are possibilities also, and I'm sure with everything put together, things would be in a better form, and we should be able to showcase the Indian geospatial might in the forthcoming United Nations conference in Hyderabad. So I'm looking forward to it. The school part, which Dr. Datta also mentioned, that if required, we can have a session in that Congress where we'll show what the schools are doing in this regard. So over to you, all the participants, that if there is something, please contact us. We'll try to have a special session for the schools in this event as well. So over to you, Dr. Samita Kumar, for your concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Professor Nag. For me, it's been a very exhilarating morning, and I really hope that it has also been for all the participants and speakers who have been there in this program. It was, one, the culmination of our ESD leadership program, to see all the different kinds of projects that were implemented, be it at the policy level at the state, be it at a program level at the state, or in sense of developing an online course, or implementing it at the school level. We had a diversity of participants as well. So I began this morning by saying that we would like to leverage the power of collaboration. And I think we can actually see it in practice here. Firstly, through our collaborators, Engagement Global, who were extremely open to the idea of incorporating the spatial component into our ESD program and into the Sustainability in Schools program. They might have been hesitant to say, okay, how does this work? But they were very, very open and very, very welcoming to us, incorporating this program. So I'd really like to thank Pukhraj and the entire team at Engagement Global, who has really made this, possible for us. And we could also see it in, Dr. Datta. When I first talked to him about getting the schools into this, he was extremely open. I mean, that coming from a person who heads the Science and Technology, department in India, which is really focused on high-tech research, to be so open about getting the schools and the society in using this technology. So here today, we now have a fantastic program, thanks to our two collaborators, who see a lot of value in bringing in this technology and spatial thinkings to the 10 feet level. I really like the word he used, the 10 feet level, where sustainability, actually happens at the ground. So thank you very much. Professor Nag, thank you very, very much for chairing this session. I mean, I could not think of a better person, who could chair this session with your very wide vision of working with diverse areas across in your career. I mean, you were the best suited person, who could really steer this. Thank you very much for being with us today. To all our speakers, Dr. Ashita Ravindran, this very important talk that you gave about 4.7, because that's really setting the tone in India, especially being so open about having a lot of case studies and also putting the practice into the policy. I'm sure we will look forward to interacting with you in the future as well, and seeing how we can really contribute to, making India one of the forerunners in this, and also with the UNWGIC showcasing India's capacity even at the school level as well. To all our mentees of the ESD leadership program, thank you very much for all the effort that you have put. We do understand that all of you are very, very busy, but thank you for taking time out. And I think that, through the ESD leadership program, I mean, Pukraj may also agree with me on this. We, as organizers and, mentors, have learned a lot. I mean, I can definitely say that my learning curve, increases every time I'm involved in the ESD leadership program. And we said, it's not the end of a program, it's, I think, just the beginning of a long journey. My entire team at BVER, with the enthusiasm that they bring, without that, none of this is really possible. We've been doing events back to back, and it's only their enthusiasm and I think passion for work, that really sees us through all these events. When we do an event, we say, oh, no, we're not going to do another one. And 1 month later, we are still doing another big event. So thank you all. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. And we will keep sharing our resources. We will keep sending you material about how you could be involved with our programs. And we very much look forward to, walking this journey with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lataji. Thank you, Dr. Ashita.
Thank you, Samita Kumar.
Thank you, Professor Nag. I hope we will meet soon.
Yeah, sure. We look forward to it.
Yes.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
अभी की जानी है जानो सिचुएशन तो ये नॉट टू यू अगर कोई
Thank you, same to you.
Great job, everyone. This was wonderful. Shamita, this was amazing. Lots happening. There were lots of questions from a lot of participants, I think, who asked if there will be another round of the leadership program.
that is something you have to talk about.
Yeah. But this was really, I mean, for the first time, I would say that almost literally everyone has a project which engages at the grassroots.
Yeah.
And the diversity of not just the geographical, but also of the participants. It was amazing.
Yeah. And it was, you know, from all across.
Mm-hmm. Okay, then I'm going to leave. And
okay, because there's still some participants on, so maybe we can just fix up another meeting and then talk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can, because we have to also talk soon. But I'll
thank you for staying through the entire morning.
And give some options. No, it was nice. I had blocked a whole 6 to 11 slot, so not a problem. Thank you so much once again, everyone.
So much, I will speak again. Yeah. Bye.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye.